So good morning, everybody. I see you are still gathering, and I greet you warmly here in Bled, the pearl of Slovenian tourism, where the International Investors Conference is taking place. Welcome, and I hope that the first part with the coffee and registration and all the COVID protocol went by smooth and swift as the eagerly awaited vacation this year. And since I assume we are all gathered, as the first speaker, I invite here on the stage Peter Geršak, State Secretary at the Government Office for Digital Transformation at the Ministry, and who is here in the name of Mark Boris Andrijanic, Minister for Digital Transformation of the Republic of Slovenia. And I also say hello to Mr. Panos Tsaklolu, who is joining us online from Athens a little later in the conference. We are also honored to greet him here. And here in our midst, I also kindly greet our distinguished guest and keynote speaker, Jean-Paul Servet, the chairman of Belgian Financial Authority. So, Peter Geršak, welcome and the word and the stage is all yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I remembered myself, I don't need this for speaking in public like this. So dear distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all in this beautiful hotel. I welcome you all in this Slovenia's, I would say, crown jewel we have here in Bled. So as Ms. Valentina mentioned, please allow me to excuse my minister, Mark Boris Andrijanic. He has a good excuse. He's ill at home. And no worries, he doesn't have COVID, otherwise I would be in quarantine as well. So I'm delighted to be here on the Investors Conference. And talking about the pandemic, we all know it hit the world over the last maybe even more than 18 months. And it has been, I would say, from many aspects, a catalyst as well. Catalyst for the major trends in the world which we have been which has been shaping our society for last decades. For example, we are forced actually to rethink I would say complex relationship between human being and our relationship to nature and to natural resources. We were faced with the need to ensure the functioning of global supply chains, I would say, yeah, in plural. As well, in one hand, investors and shareholders experienced huge decline of average returns, especially in aerospace, for example, yeah, and the industries as well connected to travel, tourism. But on the other hand, the swift and strong recovery of healthcare and high-tech industries was also experienced. So COVID has shown us actually in a dramatic way the extent to which our interconnectedness and interoperability can be at the same time a source of a danger and a key to better and more sustainable economy and living standards. You might know, European Union has 6 core values, where 2 of them are economy that works for people, and the second one is fit for the digital age. I believe that these 2 core values describe this conference very well as well. So individuals and businesses in the EU can only thrive if economy works for them. And nowadays companies must be on the digital transformation path to become smarter, more agile, more resilient, and of course, more secure. And as you know, Slovenia is currently holding the presidency of the Council of the EU. And our main priorities for Slovenian presidency is the resiliency, security, and strategically autonomous Europe. That's why we are working on many important future EU legislations like Data Government Act, Artificial Intelligence Act, Digital Services Act, Digital Market Act, roaming, and what is as well very important for today, NIS2 directive. Yeah? Slovenian presidency has put a lot of priorities and a lot of focus in NIS2 directive and cybersecurity. And we see it as one of the key elements in building the resilient, secure, and digital savvy Europe. However, to build it, we have to work hard because we have a lot on our plates. We as Slovenian presidency, we as Europe, we as public and private stakeholders, and we as the international community. I would like to finish with words from President von der Leyen, which shows the direction where Europe is heading to. That Europe is the place for investors to live in and invest. She said, "There are many places in the world where you can earn a good living and do great business. However, when it comes to living in peace and freedom, there is no better place than Europe." Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you again, Mr. Geršak, for those exquisite and visionary speech you had. I invite you to linger on the stage for a bit longer, since we're starting with the first panel. The central theme is going to be one of the most important topics that came in for, especially during the pandemic, digital transformation and cybersecurity in business is called. It's going to be moderated by Dr. Draško Veselinović. I invite him to join us here on the stage. President of the Management Board of Slovenian Business and Research Associate in Brussels. I also invite Dr. Dušan Cav, the Director of Digitas Institute, to join us here to the discussion. And gentlemen, the word is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests. It's good to be here at this conference for the first time. Although I think President Verbič invited me a couple of times already, but I'm here now for the first time. Nevertheless, I think we have interesting topics to talk about. State Secretary Peter Grašek already made a very good introduction to this subject. Sorry, Geršak, yes. I apologize for that. And we have also here Dr. Dušan Cav, Director of Digitas Institute. This institute is very interesting, let's say, legal subject which does interesting things, and he will explain a little bit later what his company does, really. Well, although the title says about digitalization and also cybersecurity, I wanted to focus today more on digitalization, not so much on cybersecurity. Obviously, cybersecurity is a threat. It's a very dangerous threat. We all know that, because as much as digitalization develops, there are also, of course, always some who want to spoil that, and this is really a threat. And also, European Union puts a lot of emphasis on cybersecurity. We recently organized our association from Brussels, non-profit association, Slovenian Business and Church Association, just recently organized a defense conference where we talked also about cybersecurity. So cybersecurity is also very keen when we talk about defense and security of people, of institutions, of countries. So it's a very, very important subject. I think we should have a panel just on cybersecurity. But I wanted to talk more about how digitalization will influence businesses, And since this is financial conference, I thought really to focus more on financial subjects. Because how much digitalization will change our world, our financial world. Obviously, we all use e-banking. That's just very, very, really, I would say, humble way of digitalization in finance. Of course, we are getting upgrades of all kinds of e-banking, so this is also improving, But of course, there are many, many other subjects in finance. So, These are a little bit, I would say, issues we want to talk about. But first of all, I would like to ask State Secretary maybe to give us kind of introduction. What is the plan of Slovenia to do in digitalization? Because we know European Union is really pushing for this, as we call it, these twins, Green Deal and digitalization. More than 50% of EU money in 7 years will go to these two items, so to speak. More Green Deal, but also the legislation following immediately after that. So how is Slovenia planning to really put its picture in this European Union framework?
Yeah, I think it's working, yeah. So thanks for the question. I would say Slovenia is, I would start with DESI index, yeah. We are below average in DESI, yeah. The ambitions are that we are on the 5th place in next 6 years, which is a very ambitious goal. What we are working as a Slovenia in this space is we would like to boost the adoption, the growth, the pace of digitalization and the digital transformation. For me, digitalization is digitalizing with some technology, some process. Digital transformation is the ecosystem, is the knowledge, the people, the partners, the culture, which has to be in place in order to really advance. So for digitalization, we are primarily using European funds. And if we look in the current cohesion schema, we have still something like 1.5 billion, or maybe less, to spend by 2023. And there will be, I don't know exactly, but there will be a fair share of this money also put into the digitalization. Then we have recovery and resilience funds, where is approximately 1.8 billion of money which we will not need to return. And out of this money is directly for digitalization is 540 million approximately. And then new cohesion schema is coming, 21-27, where is right now the planning in progress, and we would need to end it something like till end of December. In this schema, what we have observed is that, by my opinion, there is not enough money allocated to digitalization of economy, of small business, of businesses, and of society as such. So we are trying to enlarge this portion, because if we would like to really achieve the DESI index 5, then we would really need to step all together as Slovenians and really work hard in these 5 years to really prosper here. Maybe for the start. Thank you.
In Brussels, everybody's talking about Estonia, you know, kind of leading in digitalization, also in the public sector. So I think that's also Slovenia should follow that example. But nevertheless, you mentioned SMEs. I think there are quite few calls for SMEs. I notice them all the time. Also in Slovenia, of course, not only in Brussels, so to say. And these calls are aimed at companies to really digitalize their businesses, you know. So I think also that COVID really forced this digitalization. You know, it pushed it forward because obviously we couldn't move so freely around, and therefore we had to digitalize our own functions as companies, as citizens, and so on. So this is maybe one of the good sides of all this, so to say. Okay, maybe. Well, I have here. I took out all the calls which are valid right now, or European Union calls which are valid in the area of digitalization right now. There are about 30 different calls. Just to give you the idea what kind of calls are for, of course, EU financing in the area of digitalization, which are right now out. So, okay, let me read a few of them. Digitalization as an enabler of agroecological farming systems. Reinforcing digitalization, the first one. So it came out, so deadline is 6th of October, for example. It came out in June. Okay, next one. Reinforcing digitalization-related know-how of local energy ecosystems. Healthy citizens, supporting digital empowerment and health literacy of citizens. Ultra-low power secure processors for edge computing. Open source hardware for ultra-low power source processors. Advanced optical communication components, a photonics partnership. All artificial intelligence data and robotics for the Green Deal, etc., etc. So around 30 calls which are valid right now and which are opportunity for everyone. These are European Union calls, so everybody can really apply. Well, of course, there are some requirements, but I mean everyone from European Union countries plus some countries which have special relationship to European Union. So a lot is going on in digitalization right now. But maybe it's time to ask Dr. Dusan Cap, Director of Digital Institute, to briefly really explain what his institute is doing, very briefly in a few words, and then maybe some points of yours regarding the topics we have.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, at our institute, in this COVID-19 pandemic, we started cooperating with deaf and hard of hearing organizations in the region and with companies from Japan, a company from Japan, and we have been developing services to help these people get secure and private treatment when they visit, for example, hospitals or other services, because in the pandemic, for these people, there are special requirements for privacy and security. But this is only one part. So we also cooperate with other organizations. I also teach at Alma Mater Europea. And we noticed that this pandemic was also not only brought changes and investment in IT, but also brought some new risks. Because people started working from home. As we see now, this may stay. We can see, for example, talks between unions and some big companies like Google, Apple, and employees don't want to go back to normal. They want to stay home. Also at our university, we also provide teaching online, and we are fully prepared for that. And we see that for companies, all these changes are very demanding because on the one side, they had to move their operations to the clouds. Also companies that didn't use cloud computing before, they had to move their operations to the cloud services. They had to use secure connections, VPNs, and things like that. But all these changes were very demanding because they were not prepared for that. They could buy new IT technology, they could buy new services, but they were not really prepared. So they are now facing a challenge how to secure their business. And the major threats are coming from their employees who are working from home. And I mean, people are not aware of that. We are working with SMEs and with citizens, and we notice that they are not really skilled in managing their devices, their phones, their smartphones, their computers, their networks at home. So now big companies are allowing people from working from home, and they deal with sensitive data, with data of their customers, with business secrets. And as you are perhaps aware, last year there were several leakages. Over 90% of companies in the UK reported leakages of data, and that's really a lot. And I think that, well...
Maybe I just jump in. Very good points, really. But what about for the finance, you know? Finance, it's even more sensible for such leakage and so on. So what would be your comment regarding the financial sector?
Yeah, but these data were actually from the financial sector. So in the financial sector, people working from home were leaking data, not intentionally.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Because people...
But that's the problem, right?
Yeah, that's the problem.
How would you solve it?
Yeah, that's the problem. It is difficult to solve it because people...
The problem, how to solve the problem, right?
Yeah. I mean, people are working now from home, from other spaces. They are more stressed, and they make mistakes. So they are not only mistakes because they don't know how to use firewalls and manage their computers, but they make mistakes. Simply, they make mistakes. So if companies want to solve this problem, they have to monitor the behavior of their employees somehow. So if they want to send an email, for example, to a wrong address with personal data, or with customer data, or some financial data, there needs to be a software in place that monitors that and prevents sending an email to the wrong person. So these are small steps. But on the other hand, all these services are now moving to the cloud. And people were used to managing Windows-based networks, company firewalls, but now everything is in the cloud somewhere else. And the knowledge how to manage these services is completely different.
Can let's say, blockchain save some issues in the finance? Let's say maybe in sense of security.
You're asking me? Or?
Yeah, also.
Yeah.
Quickly, please.
Yeah, of course. Blockchain is one of the solutions. It is not the ultimate solution, but it is a very good solution. But you know, with quantum computers, there are also new challenges. So we are now facing challenges everywhere. And at our institute, we were supporting also the Slovenian Digital Society Forum, and we developed a strategy which emphasized the sovereignty of countries of Europe, and we now see that this is one of the biggest issues. So in Europe, in order to protect their operations, their finance sector, and or other critical infrastructure sectors, Europe wants now to build their own manufacturing of chips, for example, and things like that. So this is perhaps a general answer. So it's not only technologies, but it is the whole approach.
Of course. Maybe some comments of yours?
Yeah, thanks.
Blockchain, what is, let's say, Slovenia?
I'm coming to the blockchain last, if may I.
Okay.
So you mentioned Estonia. We've just been last week in Estonia on Digital Summit with Minister Koritnik. As well, he also attended. And what has Estonia done is an exemplary case, yeah? They are one of the most advanced here. They are second on DESI, Finland is first. But interesting is that for citizens, they have public services available as traditional on a paper, yeah, on a paper form, and in digital form, like 99%, even more are in digital form. But for companies, it's only digital, no paper anymore. Yeah, and this is what they dared to do at that time. They said that it would be for them right now as well very difficult because of the GDPR and so on, but they did it and they have it now. So companies only digital, for example, yeah. And what Slovenia we have, and of course they have good PR, yeah, here as well, and good, and they are making good awareness of their services inside Estonia and also outside, yeah. What we also have as Slovenia, we also have a lot of e-services in public sector, but for example, we have only 4% of forms or applications done via digital. They're only 4%. So we have huge room for improvement here. And then, if may I just add to my previous answer, Slovenia, to foster the digitalization and digital transformation, we finally realized this. And we have now Minister for Digital Transformation and Government Office for Digital Transformation. And Mark Boris Adrianic is my minister here. And our goal is quite ambitious, yeah? We would like really to boost digitalization, digital transformation to the next level inside all the layers of economy, society, individuals, and empower innovation and new technology even more. So that's in a nutshell, in a very short, our goals. So blockchain, I would say, I'm not referring to the blockchains for crypto. That's how they started. But later, when the technology was realized that it is distributed digital ledger is excellent technology, yeah. But what does not need anymore is some kind of authority. So do we still need a bank if we have everything on blockchain? That's a good question, because then the network trusts each other. We don't need digital authority anymore. And regarding the quantum safe encryption is already a problem, I would say. We don't even know, but I think that some big powers countries already have quantum computers, powerful enough to destroy actually in few calculations whatever encryption we have nowadays. So it's something where really Europe would like to as well, not only quantum, but as well, as you mentioned, other technologies like microchips and so on, where Europe would really like to become autonomous and sustainable by itself. It does not mean that Europe will push out third party out of Europe suppliers, but Europe would like to have a choice, either European or, I don't know, American or Chinese processors, for example, yeah? So regarding the blockchain and Slovenia, it's one of the most thriving, I would say, communities, especially in crypto. On Saturday, I was in one event in Arboretum dedicated to blockchain, and there is blockchain community in Slovenia. 15,000 people is members of this community. So it's huge. But as I said, I think that the real value of blockchain is coming.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot for these words. Obviously, Slovenia is in the path of being very much digitalized. The proof is also that there is a special ministry for that, which we didn't have before. And of course, blockchain might change finance world a little bit or quite significantly. Talking about cryptocurrencies, now central banks are getting into it. So this is really, hooking up, and I think it will be much more important in the future. If the central banks go into that, you can imagine what kind of consequences can have it later on. It will affect also financial markets, obviously, probably with some trading, or even more so with clearing and settlement processes. So, not maybe needing so much center clearing houses, but maybe could be done through blockchain, these transactions. So this will have huge influence on financial markets as well. And this is more subject of this community here, right? I'm the first CEO of Ljubljana Stock Exchange, and I could say the founder as well. And I understand these issues, how they function in financial markets, what kind of influence they can have. I remember when we were starting the stock exchange, it was just electronic trading at that time, modern, and we were one of the first in Europe which started complete electronic trading, settlement and clearing. So that was a huge change, but now these changes will make additional changes, so to say. Anything to add here? Not really? Okay. But I invite you, please, ladies and gentlemen, any ideas, any questions regarding digitalization in finance? Do you have some objections and comments? You like it, you don't like it? Who likes it? Come on. Who likes it? Okay, who doesn't like it? Okay. Okay, yes, please.
President and Minister, do you really think that banks will be obsolete in the near future?
The question is if I really think that the banks will be obsolete.
Yes.
I'm State Secretary, I'm not Minister. So
Because you referred to
hierarchy is very important in public administration. I learned because I was 1.5 years, I was still in private sector. Sorry. Yeah. Probably as a front office, more or less, yes. But as a back office, I think that it will be still, existing for long years, of course. But I think that we need to see the bigger value of blockchain technologies, because it can streamline all the process, not only the bank, because the bank is one of the stakeholders in a process, yeah? For example, if you look, I don't know, De Beers diamond trading, yeah? You buy a diamond and it can, you scan and it can tell you from which source it came, who has, how, I don't know, how polish it, and so on. Another example is the container tracking from Africa via all the port authorities, clearing, and so on to the Netherlands, for example, yeah, and everything on blockchain. So you can really streamline and automate the process. The smart contract is called. So it can really be much faster. So that's the value of blockchain, I would say. It is helping us to rethink the whole value chain process. And I don't think that banks will be, maybe my statement was too harsh. I said banks would need to actually reposition themselves.
Yeah.
What's their new role here?
We haven't talked about fintechs, right? I mean, this is another issue which is a little bit replacing banks, but of course, banks in certain forms, of course, will stay, I'm quite sure. But of course, technologically, they will be much different than right now. I'm not quite sure about that as well. But I think, Jean-Pierre, you wanted something? Please go ahead.
Regarding vulnerability, and you know that in Belgium several financial companies have been victims of hackers,
yeah,
and are scared to death, and it's only managed by paying the hackers. So what are the programs that you have to reduce the vulnerability?
Maybe that's a question for you, because he's dealing with cybersecurity as well. Short answer, please, that we get some more questions. Maybe if we have another one here.
Yeah, there is no an easy question, an easy answer. It is a tough question. The problem is that companies are targeted. Half of the businesses is targeted by cyber security criminals, cyber criminals, and these threats are not once a year. They are like 1/3 of the companies report attacks every week. So this is a problem. So companies have to monitor their operations constantly. This is very important. And there are different approaches. You can hire ethical hackers, for example, to check for vulnerabilities, or you can hire consultants to do the job, because there is not enough knowledge in companies, not in banks. Banks perhaps have enough experience and knowledge, skills to do that, but for smaller organizations, it is very important to rethink their IT security.
Yeah, it's interesting. For example, this phone, I'm paying, I don't know, €2 per month for some extra protection, and after each month I get a report, and it says you were attacked 1,000 times or something, during this month, and we protected you. You know, so I mean, we are talking about such numbers, you know. So I know I have like 1,000 attacks per month. Not only my phone, but I mean the whole network for everyone who has these phones. So these issues are important. Banks have the same issues, you know, with the attacks and brokerage houses and so on, you know. So we are dealing with the very dangerous issues, and we are living in the dangerous world, I would say. We are maybe not so aware sometimes of all these issues, but something not better to think. It's even better not to think about it, you know. Because if you start thinking, you know, you might be cautious how you walk, you know. Okay, we have here another question. Then we'll have to slowly close this podium. Do you lack to the time, please?
Yeah, talking about digitalization in financial services, I think we should distinguish between the different parts of financial services.
Sure.
And especially if you look at the banks, I think they are quite a step ahead in comparison to the insurance industry. I'm not only president of Better Finance, but also head of the Association of the Insured in Germany. So we have a very close look at the situation of the insurance companies, and looking at even the big ones in Germany, you can see that they still work with IT systems coming from the 80s or the 90s. Right. They haven't arrived in this millennium so far. And at that point, the fintechs, the insurtechs, they have a good opportunity to really develop a very, very good and vivid business. And from looking at this difference between insurance companies and insurance sector and banking sector, I'd like to know what you think about the situation with the bigger insurance companies, and where if you see opportunities for Slovenia or for the smaller countries to be more agile, to invent fintechs, insurtechs, and to do the better business for the next years.
I'm sure there's opportunity. I mean, I know from many Slovenian software companies, some of them work with us. They are getting some EU funding as well. We had 2 companies in cybersecurity getting some European calls, and they mostly do their business internationally, you know. And they were actually a specialist. One was in financial sector, in cybersecurity. The other one is in industry, you know, that sort of stuff. So I think there are a lot of opportunities. I mean, the question is how many, let's say, very big software companies do we have to be able to, let's say, do, let's say, big job in big country. Let's put it that way. Yeah, yeah. But I know. I mean, we have quite some good companies which are internationally active. Maybe you want to add something? Yeah. But shortly, please.
Thank you. Yeah. Maybe information that European companies, comparing to US companies, are putting just 41% of money compared to US companies into cybersecurity. So that's staggering low, I would say. What Europe is working is on NIS2 directive, where one of the acts will be as well protecting the critical infrastructure. Yeah, you maybe remember SolarWind from December, yeah, where they have exploited the managing software, yeah, which is managing the software around, yeah, or maybe Kaseya or Codeco. You know, these are examples how attackers are now attacking the whole supply chain. And insurance is here. They would need to strengthen their security as well, cybersecurity, and not only strengthen their cybersecurity because they are insuring that business. They would need to put much more emphasis how this supply chain, I would say, they are protecting, or whatever they are protecting, is secured against cyber criminal.
I agree, yes, because maybe the banks were the first to be attacked, and then insurance companies are somehow in the second line, maybe, you know, so it should be improved for sure, yeah. I mean, I'm sorry, we would have to slowly close down this panel. I think we are, you know, over our time already. I hope you had some good ideas for the morning session. It's always difficult to start in the morning. After you had such nice visits yesterday, didn't you? And some wine tasting, I understand, huh? So it's difficult to follow and to be very active right now, but still, thank you for your questions, for your attention. My company, Slovenian Business and Association, is based in Brussels, and we do European stuff. So we do European calls, also in cybersecurity and everything. We are helping our clients to do it. And we also publish, bulletins and books and so on. And by the way, one of my books, which is not from cybersecurity, but it's on business and financial aphorisms, will be on disposal later on in the hall there. So if you want to have some fun, take one of my books. Thank you.
Thank you again, State Secretary.
And of course, thanks to panelists joining me, and I wish you all the best, and all the best for the conference as well.
Peter Geršak, State Secretary, thank you again, Dr. Draško Veselinović and Dr. Dušan Caf. It was a pleasure. Gentlemen, thank you for your insights on this truly topical content. Thank you. And that takes us literally to our next stop in Brussels. Literally, there I kindly greet one of our keynote speakers, one of the International Investors Conference, Isabel Benjumea, a very active member of European Parliament and especially a great supporter of the cause of individual investors, advocating for their active participation in capital markets. She also reached out for better finance as a rapporteur for the European Capital Market Union project to hear the analyses and proposals of individual investors. Isabel Benjumea, who I think is with us online right now, we are thrilled to hear your thoughts.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and good morning to everybody. Thank you so much for the kind invitation to participate in this very important forum and to address a topic that I consider essential for the recovery of the economy of the European Union, for the recovery of the small medium-sized enterprises, for the recovery of the entrepreneurs, and also for the recovery of the finance of the EU by giving the priority for the small investors to participate in the capital markets. So the project of the Capital Markets Union, hand in hand with the project of Next Generation, I think is essential for this really complex situation that we are facing after the terrible crisis of the COVID with the human losses. Now we need to keep working on fighting the pandemic, but as well we need to put all the available tools in work so that we can recover from the crisis. So, as I was saying, the idea is to focus on households, local business and entrepreneurs, and small savers, small investors. So during this crisis, we have experienced how important is the role of capital markets recovering the economy. Bonds markets have been shown as a core funding scheme, which lend capital to the recovery through private companies and public authorities. However, this well-functioning of the bond markets is not sufficient. It's a fact that the equity markets remain very low in comparison to the rest of the world. We must not forget we compete in a global world. So we have to relaunch them, and we have to focus our efforts in making them a source of funding the economy recovery. Unfortunately, the European economy remains much dependent on the bank lending. Our priority should be to develop a deeper and more liquid equity markets to avoid the possible systemic risks generated by the bank-based financial system. In the US, for example, companies use corporate bonds for 3/4 of their borrowing, 3 times more than the level in the EU, among the EU 27 member states. Despite COVID crisis has demonstrated the value of bank lending to the economy, banks will be unable to provide the necessary funding for European companies on their own. For that purpose, I believe that the review of Solvency II directive or the revision of the European Long-Term Investment Fund will be essential to provide this rise of equity markets, especially private ones, by directioning more European savings to the capital markets. We have to work hard for the individual investors. Deep pools of long-term capital, such as pensions and insurance assets, as well as direct retail investment, are the straight point to deep and effective capital market. For that purpose, shifting more savings from bank deposits to investment would deploy capital to help drive a more sustainable recovery in the long term. During this year and a half of the pandemic, financial institutions have taken exceptional measures to mitigate the initial economic impact of the COVID crisis. However, it would be a mistake to see some of these measures as temporary measures. In fact, many of them must remain. These measures, the improvement of market dynamism, incentivize the entry of more stakeholders, especially retail investors and SMEs, or allow for more active mobilization of capital, both domestically and across borders, are measures that should remain. In my opinion, this is a core area of work which is still missing: market infrastructure. I really consider that focusing our effort in a long-term strategy to deepen and strengthening this structure could make the difference from the 2015 action plan. It is a reality that many developments have been done towards capital market integration, but truth to be said, there will never exist a real capital markets union at the EU level if there is not a supervisory convergence. So it's essential the strengthening of the ESMA supervisory powers to foster supervisory convergence success in 2020 CMU action plan. We have to prioritize the improvement of the cooperation between European and national supervisory authorities. This will help to several things. It will help to overcome the differences and work together towards a genuine supervisory convergence to promote a common European model of supervision and enforcement. It will also reduce the existing obstacles to cross-border financial operations. Furthermore, this is a need to reform the governance structure of the ESAs to make them more independent of national supervisors. Moreover, strengthening the market infrastructure can hand in hand with the real fulfillment with the banking union, and I know how difficult it is to tackle this issue. For achieving this goal, EDIS adoption is necessary. As long as the deposits do not enjoy exactly the same protection, there will be an extra burden in certain EU economies that will be harmed by the absence of a truly level playing field. I am very aware that this convergence is dependent not only in the European Commission commitment, but also in the member states and national authorities. However, the COVID crisis has shown that a not integrated EU is a bad choice for facing challenges. European Union needs to compete globally. European markets need to be seen at a global level as a fair and strong competitor. We need to be able to build market which attracts capital, which incentivize national companies to operate in the EU, national and international companies to operate in the EU, and market that promotes innovation and digitalization, a key aspect for cross-border operations. The EU has to be more ambitious, especially after the withdrawal of the UK, which used to entitle the largest capital markets in Europe. It is possible, but it requires all market players, financial industry, public authorities, and different stakeholders taking part on this process and engage themselves in this battle. This, in my opinion, will be the way to move forward. Finally, I welcome the work made by the German presidency of the Council in regards to the capital markets recovery package and on its conclusions about CMU action plan. I really consider that the set of priorities outlined were accurate to the needs of the European markets. Even so, the context of December 2020 and today's one differ. Some developments have been done in the field of CMU, and some demands have been raised and needed. There's still a need to improve the funding of the economy, especially SMEs, by facilitating access to financing on capital markets, pursuing the creation of a single access point for financial and non-financial information, or implementing the retail investors strategy. Moreover, the Recovery and Resilience Facility is taking the first steps and some member states are now receiving their first batch of funds. This extraordinary public funding should be taken into consideration when defining new national and EU strategies for improving the CMU. For that reason, I encourage the current Slovenian presidency to deeply commit themselves into this cause and to set an ambitious agenda to deliver and implement CMU action plan. European economic and social recovery come along with the deepening of a competitive capital markets at the EU level. Opportunities to reflect and discuss as this conference are a way to walk all along together towards the real capital markets union. I want to thank you all for giving me the opportunity for being here today. I will encourage all participants in this very important conference organized by Better Finance to really find a way to get all together the European Commission, the member states and the stakeholders so that we can fulfill the action plan for the capital markets union and we can give a very essential tool for the recovery of the EU's economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you again, Isabel Benjumea, and warm greetings to Brussels if you still hear us. How to improve shareholder engagement process, or in other words, how to return European capital markets to end investors. That's the topic of our first panel, Sustainability Panel, which will be led by Mark Northway, Chairman of the World Federation of Investors and Chairman of ShareSoc, the United Kingdom's individual shareholder society. Welcome. He also proves that Better Finances know European borders and that they are the part of bigger inclusive movement. In a panel discussion, we also participate following speakers who I invite to join us here on the stage on these comfortable seats here. Andy Agatangelou, founder of the Transparency Task Force, who will join us online. Dr. France Arher, senior advisor to the President of the Republic of Slovenia, former member of the Executive Committee of the European Banking Federation, former and first governor of the Bank of Slovenia. Alain Deckers, head of unit corporate reporting, audit and credit rating agencies at the European Commission, who is with us online, I assume, yeah? Carmine Di Noia, commissioner of the Italian Securities Exchange Commission and one of two candidates to become chair of the European Securities and Markets Authority. And Christian Holz, managing director of Region North Rhine-Westphalia. Dr. Verica Trstenjak, who is also with us, former Advocate General at the European Court of Justice, member of the Supervisory Board of NLB and Professor of European Law in Ljubljana and Wien. We are all here now, I think. Since we are all gathered, I suggest that the panel begins. And also Dr. France Arher, welcome here on the stage.
I suggest we leave the microphones on so that I would leave them on. I think so. That way we can. Good morning. We are going to test the digitalization process. This is the first hybrid attempt by Better Finance. So we have three participants who are on screen who I assume we're going to see as I call them forward. The title of this panel is quite interesting. It calls itself the Sustainability Panel. And sustainability is a huge word that means very different things to each person individually. But then there is a second line to the title, which says improving shareholder engagement processes and returning capital markets to end investors. They're not entirely disconnected, but they are two subjects with a degree of overlap. So this is going to be quite a far-ranging panel. We have some very interesting speakers. We're proposing that each panelist is going to introduce themselves and spend around 7 minutes speaking through the elements of the subject that are relevant to them. And then I have some questions that I will pose, and at that point we welcome questions from the audience. So I'm going to start, please, with Christiana, who is going to I think, run us through a little bit of the background as to where we are now in terms of shareholder engagement processes and how we've got here. Christiana, over to you.
Thank you very much. I will try to get a bit closer to the mic. It's not so easy with the short skirt. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for having me here. As you said, Mark, sustainability means a lot different things to different people, but one of the building blocks in my view to create a sustainable company environment is an effective shareholder engagement. And where do shareholders effectively engage? That is certainly one important part is in the general meeting. I have a presentation with me which will help you to see the results of a survey we conducted over the last couple of months. Last year, end of last year, the Shareholder Rights Directive that was supposed to help shareholders or facilitate shareholders' rights has been implemented across Europe in September 2020, and it was intended to oblige the intermediaries to help the investors communicate with their investee companies. So we thought as shareholder associations it would be a good idea to try and test if it really works, if really shareholders, since the implementation of the Shareholder Rights Directive, really now can vote, exercise their voting rights, exercise their rights to participate in the general meeting, to speak up during the general meeting. And last week I attended a conference in Germany where there were many institutional investor participants, issuer participants, service provider participants, and during this conference everybody agreed that the Shareholder Rights Directive 2 was a great success and it really helped, and that institutional investors were really able for the first time to vote their shares in listed companies in another country. And I will show you what the experience was of the private investors during this general meeting season. If we go to the next slide, please. As I said, we did this survey among the member associations of Better Finance. We covered investor representatives from 13 European states, and those investors tried to vote in 11 different European countries. So it's quite a broad and wide exercise. If we go to the next slide, please. First question we asked was, from whom did you receive the information about the general meeting? And as you can see, the red part, 51%, more than half of the respondents said, I did not receive the information at all. And a further 10% said, yeah, well, I found it by my own means, but I did not receive it. And from those who received some information, we asked, was the information you received complete? And then they said no, and it was even worse. We could not easily find the information online on the website, for example, of the investee company. On the next slide, you will see we asked what information was missing. So mainly the main information that was missing was the record date, which is important for shareholders because that is the decisive date for them being able to exercise their votes, or the website URL where they could find the information, further information online. The only information that was complete was always included in the, from the information they received from their bank or from the issue was the issuer name and the general meeting date. That was it. So next slide, please. On this slide, you see which information was requested to obtain an admission card or a voting card to participate and to vote in a general meeting. Normally, if you have your deposit account with your bank and you have not a registered but a bearer share, the bank or the intermediary, the last intermediary is supposed to provide you with all necessary proofs of shareholding. But as you can see, for the admission ticket, it was only 22%, and for the voting card, it was even worse, only 3% of the intermediaries of the banks were able to do so. On the next slide, please. And that is the sad almost end of the story. We asked the experts, actually. It's not the individual investors, but we really asked the experts, were you able to obtain an admission ticket or a voting card to attend and to vote at a general meeting? And 80% said, no, we were not able to obtain an admission ticket, meaning that we could not participate in the general meeting, and 64% at least said, no, we will not be able to vote at the general meeting. So we asked, of course, why is this? And on the next slide, you see some of the responses. And the most responses we got is that the service was not provided by the deposit bank or the broker, which is completely contrary to what the SRD2 has requested and has tried to implement across Europe since end of last year. Some said the information could not be found or could not be found in time. We had closed door meetings, for example, where an attendance was not possible because of the COVID restrictions. Some said it was too costly, so we asked, how much did you have to pay? And as we are in Slovenia today, I can tell you, for example, from Slovenia to vote to Germany, to a company in Germany, it costs 150 euros to exercise your basic fundamental right to vote. So the cost range was quite wide, between 20 and 250 euros. And even some shareholder association representatives said, I don't know, I did not get any information back from my service provider, from my deposit bank. So, last slide. We asked, was it easy for you to attend or vote at the general meeting? And as you can see, 80% of the respondents said no, it was not easy at all, and only 20% considered the process easy. And as we are here today to discuss about the future, less than about the past, we also wanted to know about some suggestions for improvements. So the main suggestions were simplify the process for shareholders, better communicate, lower the costs, harmonize the procedures. We have heard earlier in the previous panel a bit about blockchain, so DLT technologies may be one of the solutions that could help directly connect issuers and investors. These were mainly the results I wanted to present to you and set the scene for the discussion.
Thank you very much indeed, Christiana. Communication and the ability to vote, it's a two-way process. The company's communicating with their owners, the owners being able to exercise their rights and responsibilities as investors, and it's fundamental. I think probably across the majority of Europe, the picture at a national level is better than the picture that you're painting at an international level. In the UK, unfortunately, I don't think that is the case. We have disintermediation through nominee systems, and the implementation of SRD is unfortunately, SRD recognised the national definition of end investor, which for us stops at a dumb nominee company. It does not reach the beneficial owner. So do you have a perspective on national versus cross-border?
Well, from our experience, the national processes work fairly well. They are not connected to any costs, and they are working properly. It becomes a problem or an issue whenever it goes cross-border, and this is what the nominee concept is one of the main issues. It's the long chain of intermediaries we have in between. It's the lack of a common record date, and it's especially the lack of a common definition, shareholder definition, which is still lacking across Europe, and this is urgently needed.
Thank you very much. That interest set washes over to Carmine Di Noia, so I'm going to call Carmine, if I may, to speak to the audience.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me and see me, because I had some technical problems. So can you confirm that I'm...
We can.
Okay, perfect. So thank you very much. And first of all, let me thank for this invitation, Better Finance, all chairs, deputy chairs, and especially Guillaume Prasch, the managing director, for inviting me at this important event. And I have to say that not only in this field, the specific of the conference, but also in others, Better Finance has been, and is a key stakeholder for the EU and national policymakers and regulators. We had also Better Finance in some conferences in some years ago, and honestly I can testify. So I disclosed my conflict of interest immediately, that I've been in the stakeholder group of ESMA before my current job for a couple of mandates with Guillaume Prasch, and then also Cristiana was there, so and many of you. So, and I think that all these ideas, and we have seen also this presentation by Cristiana, has always been, as usual, very important. And now also my occupation now is very, very important to hear your point of view, which is the point of view of investors, of final investors, which are the root of financial markets, and is also the key issue for securities regulators. Actually, I'm sorry not to be there, but would have been great. These are the first trip. Today I had technical problems because for the first time I'm back in my office in Milan after a year and a half, so it was complicated. But okay, so a couple of things, as you may know, also you asked us to present. I'm Commissioner Conso, but I'm also Deputy Chair of the OECD Corporate Governance Committee. And I think that many of the issues have been discussed also in Europe, and are important, and have been also, and will be also key for the revision of the G20 OECD principles of corporate governance, which will start in the next month, and has been endorsed by not only by the OECD but the G20 in the last July press release after the ministerial. So I think that a concept which is very, very important for our discussion is is based on two words I always like to say, which is trust and truth, and they are closely intertwined. And we are here in a panel which is called, as it was reminded by our chair, sustainability panel, so shareholder engagement, but linked to sustainability issue. We know that sustainable success of company, everyone is talking about this, not necessarily understanding what is about. We recently changed our corporate governance code, updated it, and we defined the sustainable success of a company as the objective that guides the actions of the board of directors and consists of creating long-term value for the benefit of the shareholders, taking into account the interest of the other stakeholders relevant to the company. So shareholders are a subset of stakeholders, and they do not necessarily compete. Actually, they overlap in the medium and long term. This is not really new. I mean, this is an issue which was already there. Now, and this is an important issue, and I guess that maybe Alain Becker also will tackle this. Attractive investors and encouraging effective shareholders engagement requires a huge company effort, in particular about transparency. Now, first point I would say very, very, very quickly is that Is it true that the more companies say, the more they attract investors? I would say that this is true, but in part, not in absolute terms. We always often quote, many of us, the famous sentence of Judge Brandeis, which was saying that some publicity is commended as a remedy for social industrial disease, and sunlight is the best of disinfectants. But actually, and many years after, and especially after seeing the piles of pages, of thousands of pages for prospectuses, actually other people said that maybe if Brandeis would have seen these, probably he would have said that excessive sunlight can cause skin cancer. So what is important is that, and again this is important for all of us, is that corporate information is useful if it is complete, but if it goes through standardized and comparable languages. And so this is in particular true with respect to the emerging wave of ESG information. Obviously, the necessary condition is that the other part of reported information, and I guess that we will refer to this maybe with the following speaker, so all the accounting and the other information is there. But in order to have this information accessible, and I don't know if Isabel Benjamin is still there, it was also a key issue of the report of the Econ Committee for CMU Action Plan. Information needs to be comparable, needs to be standardized, needs to be simple, needs to be machine readable, needs to be digital. And in this sense, the European single access point is I think very welcome if properly designed. There are many issues, but maybe we cannot touch down. Obviously, in order, especially in the EU, EU27, but Brexit, UK, international level, accounting information, all reporting information, there are issues, but I think we are going there for listed, but also for non-listed companies, thanks to the effort of the Commission. Third point is that this is in particular relevant, especially after COVID-19, for the recovery in the EU27, and especially for many markets, I would say Central-South, where SMEs are the root of the economy in order to create the jobs and growth. So obviously in this disclosure, we know in particular for cross company where family owned, okay, this is still perceived sometimes they are not totally all of them open-minded. This is still perceived as a cost, but actually disclosure is a funding strategy. Disclosure is important. Disclosure is worth to do for companies. So it's an investment, it's not a cost in the medium long term. So, and if investors and lenders, so related to sustainability, become more demanding on the green and sustainability, then a company that does not disclose ESG information can be cut off for financial markets, or at least by cheaper funding. And we have many examples on that. I'm simplifying a bit. But, and this is in also a recent proposal of the Commission, in this sense, and we touch the market. Market is supply and demand. We need both sides, so investors and companies. It's important, so some need of proportionality. Another issue, just to list it, to go quickly, is that obviously the role and responsibility of the board, which traditionally is there, has been a lot of discussion. We Shareholder Rights Directive 1 and 2. We are also touching these more deeply at the European level, but there are issues important, especially for groups, for complex groups within a country, within the EU27, with controlled, direct or indirectly controlled company outside the EU27. This is a big issue, and by the way, the OECD released last year important work on this. There are topics related to flow of information for accounting purposes, transparency, market abuse issues, price-sensitive information, and so on. So for sustainable disclosure, I think we have to rethink, and in part the Commission also is proposing that, for this new, let's say, thinking of board and also statutory board. And enhanced disclosure strategy, final point, implies a strong commitment by you legislator, but also by you, I would say, policymaker and national competent authorities related to this field. But it's important to go harmonized, and not only on regulation side, but supervisory issue and behavior. So, as a consequence, it's obvious that so clear and full. This is not an oxymoron, we say, so two opposite things. But you can have simple and complete at the same time. Obviously, this is an issue which must be carefully, balanced, and we have seen for discussion of KID PRIPS and so on. This is important for what? To promote exactly the topic of our panel. So a better engagement by actual and prospective shareholders, including retail, so citizens. This is an issue of financial democracy, who invest on market directly or indirectly through intermediaries, which are the other side of and the other actor. Actually, this is the issue of the OECD principles. The second OECD principle clearly says that the corporate governance framework should protect and facilitate the exercise of shareholder rights and ensure the equitable treatment of all shareholders, including minority, and Cristiano was mentioning in the slides, and foreign shareholders, because cross-border shareholding is one still of the issue, which, I mean, shareholder rights too is trying to solve, but as we have seen from the numbers, which I have to say, and our chair said, the situation I think is different from country to country due to December, but it's still very, very difficult. I have to testify as a former retail shareholder that having foreign shareholdings which we all want for CMU and so on, is still very, very complex in order to exercise your rights. COVID-19, and I'm going to conclude, Chair, is obviously made, I think this is called in economics hysteresis, so we won't go back to probably to the same point. Some important changes for this topic and the engagement, in particular for general meetings. Okay, obviously for health reasons, we went a lot more and more on the e-way to do this, but this e-way cannot be an excuse to even to complicate retail shareholding participation, which is not necessarily confined to the moment of the meeting, but actually must be, enlarged to interaction before and after the meeting. Let's say, like posing questions to the company, like if there are, the numbers in putting, new points or a different motion to vote on the agenda.
Carmine, can I move to the next speaker in the interest of getting to
Yeah. So just last point, because this is also very, very dear to better finance and has been many dear to me. Just a flash. We still call it Shareholder Rights Directive. This is the no Shareholder Rights Directive. Why? We need to have the courage of propose a definition of shareholder at the European level. Otherwise, we won't have any cross-border shareholder. Thank you.
Fully agreed. Thank you, Carmine. And following, I think, in the line of disclosure and transparency, Alain, could you speak, please?
Dobro jutro. Good morning. It would have been very nice to be with you in lovely Bled. Instead, I'm stuck in a little bit less lovely Brussels. But such is life today in these COVID times. So thank you very much for the invitation. Lots of very good points have already been made. It was very interesting presentation by Christiane Hölz. And I fear I may repeat to a certain extent some points that Carmine Di Noia has already mentioned, as he has raised a number of very good points too. I'm going to talk mainly about what the Commission is doing on sustainable finance and focusing very much on the transparency dimension, as Carmine has kind of anticipated already very correctly. We're doing a lot of things, of course. Commission recently published a renewed sustainable finance action plan in which we set out what we still think we need to do. There are quite a lot of points, and unfortunately a number of them fall under my team's responsibility. So this is going to keep us busy. The work we have already done ranges from the taxonomy on sustainable finance to the SFDR, which is again mainly about disclosure and transparency. And very recently we published a proposal for the Sustainable Corporate Reporting Directive, which is under the responsibility of my team. And I want to look at all of this under the heading of 3 points. First is the quality of information. Secondly is the accessibility of information. And thirdly is the usability of information. Now, transparency by itself isn't going to solve all problems. And again, Christiane Hölz's presentation highlighted that there are a number of very practical difficulties that need to be addressed. And they aren't all going to be solved simply by making more information available. But transparency is nevertheless a very important dimension to ensure that there is confidence and a willingness from retail investors to really engage in the markets. We've seen how damaging poor quality information is. Recently, for example, in the Wirecard case, which is mainly about financial information, of course, but the quality of ESG or sustainability information is becoming as important and maybe even more important than financial information in these days. So that's a very important thing to look at. So in terms of quality of disclosures, both by intermediaries and by issuers, we've done quite a lot already. As I said, the SFDR requires disclosures by intermediaries, including investment advisors. The Sustainable Corporate Reporting Directive we've recently proposed to enhance disclosures by issuers. And of course, that should all enhance the quality of information. In a cross-border dimension with a capital markets union, we really need to try to ensure the greatest degree of harmonization so that investors, and in particular retail investors, aren't confronted with a multiplicity of formats or information categories in different countries, which would only make their job more difficult, and again would in our view impair or at least act as a brake on cross-border investments. So that's certainly a very important element of the work we're doing, standardizing ESG disclosures, and again, more work has to take place on that. In addition to the negotiations on the legislative text, there's a lot of work being done by the European Financial Reporting Advisory Group, in which Better Finance is represented. And in particular on the development of sustainability reporting standards. And all of that is also being coordinated with work that's being done at international level by the IFRS Foundation. So quality of information is a very important characteristic or qualitative characteristic, but it doesn't matter if information is of high quality if it can't be easily accessed. And this is still a problem in Europe, where partly we've heard also from Christiane Hölz that getting hold of information, even information that is distributed in principle to general assemblies, can be difficult. Partly this may be because if you, as an individual shareholder, need to navigate some of the websites of companies, this is perhaps somewhat time-consuming, can be a source of information, should not be excluded, of course, but that is one of the reasons why we have pushed ahead with the European Single Access, or are pushing ahead with the European Single Access Point, which again is not going to solve all problems, but is certainly what we see as an important tool for all investors, including retail investors, to be able to easily access information about the companies in which they invest. We are still working on that proposal. We plan to publish it towards the end of this year, and we hope that this will be another important contributory element. So that's accessibility of information, which is a second characteristic I mentioned. And thirdly, there is the usability of information. Now, to a certain extent, all of this, one of the fears at least about all of this legislation is that it is leading to more and more volumes of information, which, as Carmine De Noia also mentioned, may not always be a good thing, because too much information can also be difficult to handle. So one of the principles that we are trying to pursue is to make information more usable, and in particular, making information available in digital machine-readable format. Now, that in itself, making an annual report available in XHTML or XBRL format in itself may not be something that a retail investor or individual shareholder may want to use, although you can. There are free readers available that allow you to read through these documents in that format. But what we hope it will promote, together with the easier accessibility of information, is an ecosystem in which new entrants perhaps provide services, sort of value-added services on top of the raw information and data that's available in annual reports and other types of documents that allow products that are really tailored to the needs of investors and individual shareholders to be provided, and that would include some very simple metrics, perhaps, on which companies can be assessed in terms of their performance, not only on financial questions, but also on sustainability questions. And it is very important from our point of view also, and I should have covered this under the quality criterion, that this information not only refers to the risks that sustainability issues create for companies, but also the impacts that companies have on the environment and society. Investors increasingly want to invest in portfolios that have a lower environmental and social impact. And if the information that's made available by companies doesn't allow the ultimate investors and asset owners to judge whether those promises that are made by asset managers and others, index providers, about the sustainability impacts of their products, and if final investors aren't able to judge that, then we risk running into a severe confidence problem. So that is why in the work that we're doing, we are insisting on this double materiality perspective, which is, as I said, not only the risks that environment and society or social factors create for companies, but also the impacts that companies have on society and the environment.
Thank you.
And as I said, I am finishing as my last point. As I said, the objective should be that we end up with an ecosystem where there really are tools available that are adapted to the needs of individual shareholders and retail investors, so that they're not forced to run through all these long reports, but they can very simply assess the sustainability performance of companies. So again, quality, accessibility, and usability of information for us are very important. They're not going to solve all problems, but without those, we think we're not going to get to where we need to be.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Alain. And I'm going to have to ask speakers to be relatively brief, because I'd like to get a degree of discussion in the tail end of these. And if we can move to Veritza, please, for a different perspective, I think, on sustainability and shareholder rights. Veritza.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, and also thank you for the invitation to this nice place here in Bled. We are all, proud to have Bled as our, the sole island of our country. From my curriculum vitae, you can see that I am an expert for European law and human rights. So that why I'm actually here, Christian Verbic invited me to stress also the importance of human rights for investors and for this area. The aim of this conference is to motivate small investors, as I have heard this morning in the news when I was in the car. So that, but how to motivate small investors? If you are an investor, I would like to ask you, you are an investor, and what is the most important for you? Is only profit, or also you are aware of your human rights and you, demand that your human rights are respected, are guaranteed, as we have all seen in Corona crisis, how is important the human rights for all of us are. I would like to stress two important aspects in this connection, and just to say that it's true that investors' rights are based on their economic interest, but we have also to know that certain investors' rights are to be considered as human rights. For example, first of all, I would like to mention right to property. This right, it's very important for all of us, but especially for investors. I would like to say that at the EU level, we have a very important legal basis, legal source for human rights. This is EU Charter on Fundamental Rights. This is this small booklet, as you can see here. This is actually our constitution, European Constitution for Human Rights. And it's obligatory in all 27 member states. And here in this small booklet in our EU constitution, as I said, as a lawyer, it's not a constitution, but anyway, it's the same power as a national constitution. It's written in Article 17, right to property. Right to property is very important, as I said before, also for investors. In the corona crisis, we have seen that this right was sometimes restricted. For example, for bank institutions, because banks couldn't pay dividends. There were sometimes regulations at the EU level or at the national level by the national banks. So that, as a lawyer, I would ask, is this really, allowed to restrict these rights to property? We can limit, at the EU level, we can limit human rights, but only under very strict conditions. There are two important conditions, and this is that this limitation has to be written in the law and has to be proportionate. So that the problem here in this case, I think, was proportionality. Or, for example, very important for the investor's company, it's a right, it's freedom to conduct business, written in the Article 16 of this charter. Freedom to conduct business is very important for all companies. If you are going to check case law of the European Court of Justice in Luxembourg, where I was Advocate General, you will find in the last year a lot of judgment where one party is enterprise, and all enterprises always demand, yeah, but my freedom to conduct business is restricted, is limited. So that's very important to know this. And we have heard about the problems of digitalization. We have rights to data protection, Article 8 of this EU Charter. Or, for example, also important, Article 47, right to judicial protection or access to judicial remedy. So that just to be aware that also investors have human rights important for them every day. But we don't have only rights, as I said at the beginning, but we have also duties. And now this is the second aspect, which I would just to mention very short, in few sentences. Investors' rights, especially if we speak about institutional investors, they have responsibility to contribute to the respect of human rights and the respect, for example, of human dignity and also other human rights. We have legal basis for this also at the EU level, but also at the global level. Maybe you are familiar with the United Nations guidelines in this area, but for us, I think it's in Europe, it's more important what the EU has adopted, and the European Commission, I think it was stressed already this morning, that European Commission adopted action plan on sustainable finance as a part of a strategy to integrate environmental, social, and governance considerations into financial policy. What is important is that the EU requires European institutional investors to better advise their client on sustainability and also concerning the impact of their investment decisions on people and the planet. And here I have found now the link to sustainability. And the protection, you can find this in all these documents of the European Commission, the protection of human rights is an important part of responsibility and sustainable investment strategy. And I would say this is not important only for the profit, but also for the reputational risk of the company. My last sentence, as we speak about the sustainability, we have to think about our future. And here I would like to repeat the quote of Pope John Paul II, he said, the future starts today, not tomorrow. And to say this in Slovenian language, Christian Verbič asked me to speak in Slovenian, but I didn't know this before. Torej, prihodnost se začne danes, ne jutri, kot je dejal papež Janez Pavel II. Thank you so much. Hvala lepa.
Thank you very much for it. Thank you. If we could now move to front, please, and hopefully, as part of your discussion, you will talk a little bit about the situation of bond and share investors in Slovenia, in particular with reference to individual shareholders.
Good morning to everyone. Thank you very much for the word. Thank you very much for the invitation to meet you. Look, I will start with London Stock Exchange. London Stock Exchange has a motto, dictum meum pactum. The word, it's my bond. It's really the word, my bond. For me, the word, it's really the most important bond. And on the other side, price stability as well, financial stability. Look, we are celebrating this year 30 years as Slovenia became independent state. 17 years as we are a member of European Union. 14 years as we are a member of Monetary Union. What my experience with Europe, please? If we are starting with Maastricht Treaty, which is a base for monetary union. My first question, it's still valid, Maastricht Treaty? As we discussed in April 98 in Basel, who fulfilled Maastricht criteria? We stated, a group of governors, we stated that 3 countries didn't fulfill it. And politicians decided that 2 countries, very precisely speaking, Italy and Belgium, will be a part of European Union, despite the fact they didn't fulfill those criteria. The first question, we have new candidates for monetary union. Which will be the rules in the practice for new candidates? The first case. Look, the second case. As we have been faced with financial crisis in 2008, in 2012, European Commission engaged Mr. Liikanen, former governor of Finland, to analyze which have been the reasons for financial crisis. He prepared a report for Commission and presented this report in October 2012 to Commission. And he suggested to start with banking structural reform, to split the banks in 2 types. Till today, please, till today, nothing happened. Why? Simply speaking, because big players have been against. The next case, European Banking Union. Till today, yes, of course, happened with 2 pillars. The first one, supranational banking supervision, was created in November 2014. Secondly, it was set up a special fund for banking, let me say, banking rehabilitation. But the third pillar, it's not yet set up, which is related to deposits. And my question, why? When can we expect that those reforms will be realized? My experience, who is who, no doubt it's very important. And at the time being, I have following fears, very openly and frankly speaking. You know where we are related to monetary policy, related to public debt. Regarding a public debt, we are all, practically speaking, over Maastricht criteria. Related to the price stability, please. It's for me a big question how will be the near future. I know which was situation in this country as we started in 91 with monetary policy. We have had hyperinflation. We have had 22% on monthly basis inflation rate. Look, this is banknote, not from Slovenia. This banknote was issued in Belgrade by National Bank of Serbia. Here are 500 billion dinars on the end of 93, with the value on the end of the year 4 euros. 4 euros. And don't forget following. On August 15 this year was 50 years as President Nixon declared to the world that US dollar is not more linked to the gold. And what's happened in this period of 50 years? The value of US dollar came down for 98%. The other currencies, together with pound, British pound, and the other European currencies, the old German mark and so on, also between 94 and 96%. On the other side, gold. Gold at that time, $35 for ounce. In 2000, $330. Do you remember? As Russia declared bankruptcy on August 17, 1998, what's happened at that time? Gold came down. Danish currency was attacked. And due to this attack, Danish central bank asked the European Central Bank how to help, how to find a solution. So that from this point of view, my question is also, which will be the next situation related vis-à-vis some countries combined with the public debt? Who can survive without help of central banks and current supply of money? If you look the structure of current ECB, how much are in portfolio of ECB, the bonds? You can state 4.4 trillion of bonds. And those bonds, since January 1st, 2013, have a so-called collective action clause. What means collective action clause? We are obliged, if will be declaration on bankruptcy, together to find a new solution. Yes, of course, supported by majority. So that from this point of view, if you compare current crisis with financial one, with the level of inflation. Do you remember in August 2008, European inflation came over 4%. Here in Slovenia, over 7%, please, in this year. European Central Bank increased the interest rate to 4.25. As ECB started in 99 with own activities, was interest rate by 4.75. So that interest rate, yes, of course, has very tight connection also with capital market. And if I am following current situation, on capital markets here in Europe as well in the United States, I have to state following, that at the time being, it's very huge buffer on stock market. This buffer, if I compare this buffer with the buffer which happened before a shock in '87, this buffer was higher. And 2 times in 2000, as we have been faced with new economy, 2 times was buffer also higher as right now. And the figures are showing, please, that in the latest 5 months, investors put on stock market on weekly basis, 21 billion euros. That means in 5 months more as prior in 12 years. So that from this point of view, really and frankly speaking, I have some fears, which will be a reality in the near future. Because for all of us, as I started with my feeling, which value has price stability as well financial stability. Financial stability, you know, it's connected with stability on the markets, on institutions and so on. So that from this point of view, it's really a question how we will continue with our growth. And in addition, please, small open economy, it's more sensitive one as big one. If I compare, for instance, at the time being the level of the debt in the economy, I will finish immediately, only following information, despite the fact that I know that you are well informed. But if we compare some figures, what is that of the economy, of different enterprises around the world? Look, in Europe, to my knowledge, it's the highest debt in France. French entities have a debt by 171% of GDP. In China, 162%. In Germany, 86%. In United States, 84%. In Slovenia, it's this debt, very low one, below 40%. So that on one side, very high debt related to the states, and parallel, in some countries, very high vis-à-vis the economy. These are, for me, very important risks, despite the fact, please, that state bonds, we are saying, are risk-free. But don't forget, some countries have still so-called sovereign immunity clause in prospects, not in Europe, but in the other part of the world. This is also very important. Some small investors haven't this knowledge, and I know some people who invested a lot of money in some exotic countries, and on the end of the stated what's happened. Thank you. Excuse me.
Franz, thank you very much. Some very sobering thoughts there. I'm now going to turn to the last panelists, who I have left intentionally till last, and who I think you'll find out why in a second. Andy, over to you.
Thank you very much indeed. Good morning, everybody. I am truly privileged to have the opportunity to address you all today. Thank you very, very much. I lead the Transparency Task Force, which is a certified social enterprise. We believe that transparency drives truthfulness, which in turn drives trustworthiness, and we exist to make an impact, not to make a profit. We have over 4,000 members in 21 countries across the world, and our mission is to promote ongoing reform of the financial sector so that it serves society better. And our purpose is to drive positive, progressive, and purposeful finance reform. I'd like to take a few minutes to share with you what I feel deep down when I think about the panel's topics such as sustainability and improving shareholder engagement and returning capital markets to end investors. I hope you don't mind, but I will be speaking plainly and I will be speaking from the heart. I feel that we are sleepwalking towards disaster because we are not communicating in the right way about these issues yet. I make this point mindful of what Sir David Attenborough said on the 13th of June this year. He said to the G7, and I quote verbatim, he said, "Tackling climate change is now as much a political and communications challenge as it is a scientific or technological one." He said, "We have the skills to address it in time. All we need is the global will to do so." That is what he said to the G7, and I believe that he is right. I believe the global will to make the changes and, frankly, the sacrifices that are necessary to successfully manage the transition and transformation that must happen will not be achieved if we do not communicate effectively. It is vital, ladies and gentlemen, that we use language that conveys the message in a suitably impactful way with sufficient urgency and potency and impact. For example, let's take the word sustainability itself. It is too mild. It just doesn't have any real weight or potency to it. Perhaps instead of sustainability, maybe we should be talking about survival. Let's also think about the term global warming. Global warming, two very innocent sounding words that actually convey a feeling of coziness, global warming, and calmness and comfort. Perhaps instead we should be talking about irreversible environmental catastrophe, because that really is what we are talking about. Irreversible environmental catastrophe. And when it comes to shareholder engagement, perhaps we should be talking as well about shareholder responsibility. And I make this point because with ownership must come responsibility. I will repeat this because I believe it to be so important. With ownership must come responsibility. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a fundamental flaw in the system that we now have, because today we have ownership without responsibility. Ownership without responsibility can never provide the responsible investment ecosystem that the world needs today. And I believe that's wrong. I believe that's wrong if we want our children and our grandchildren to inherit the world that their innocence deserves. They are innocent. We may not be. So let's dare to rise to the challenge and talk about the need for radical corporate governance reform. Reform so deep and so meaningful that we reframe and redefine and reimagine what the very purpose of a company is. And whilst I do not suggest I have any of the answers, I am sure of this. If we carry on behaving as if the purpose of an organization is to put profit before principles or money before morals, we will be making the biggest mistake of our lives and the lives of our children and grandchildren. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that something needs to change. We need to work together with all stakeholders to build a sense of what I describe as managed urgency. Not blind panic, but managed urgency. So let's have the kind of candid and constructive conversation that might lead to the kind of commitment for change that is so desperately, desperately needed for the sake of everybody and everything we love and should love, including, of course, our mother, Earth. Thank you.
Andy, thank you very much indeed. I have a huge list of subjects that we are going to discuss, but it's not going to happen. So I'm going to hone in specifically on, because it's work that Better Finance has been involved in, the EU's Sustainable Corporate Governance Initiative. There is a letter that has been signed by Better Finance, by ECODA, by EFB, by European issuers, by FESE, and by Invest Europe, and by SME United, which objects to this initiative on the basis that it fails to recognise the primacy of shareholders. There is a second and third reason for the letter. The second being that it does not espouse a comply or explain principle, and the third being that it is, the subject is treated alongside due diligence rather than treated as an issue in its own right. It's been for some time now that the emergence of stakeholders and the importance of the understanding of the importance of a variety of stakeholders has affected the position of shareholders relative to other stakeholders. But shareholders are different. They are involved in the governance process directly. They are the checks and balances that operate on the directors of a company to ensure that the company is doing what it is supposed to do. And the mechanisms by which they do that are the AGM, the voting process, and engagement. The other stakeholders don't do that, and this particular directive gives directors, which is the other problem it gives directors a formal legal responsibility towards unnamed and uninvolved or not directly involved stakeholders who have then the ability to sue potentially company directors under the initiative. And so I think I'd be interested in hearing, probably it's Christiana and Carmen who are most relevant, your perspective on the primacy of shareholders and if relevant, on the European Corporate Governance Initiative. Christiana, do you want to start?
Yeah, sure. I'm speaking from a German background a bit. We have a different system that to ensure checks and balances than maybe other countries have. We have a two-tier board system, in which we have a management board, we have a supervisory board. The supervisory board oversees the actions of the management, and it is composed normally half of shareholder representatives, half of employee representatives. So by nature, from the German system, we do not only involve as stakeholders, we do not only involve the shareholders in the saying, but we naturally already involve the employee representatives too. Second point I would like to make on this is that shareholders are investing money in a company. That means they are taking a certain risk. This, in my view, has a consequence that shareholders should be treated differently. than other stakeholders. I have listened well to what Andy has been saying in advance, and what you also have said about the basic, the human rights of shareholders. I think everyone is free to join a company, to become a shareholder, and with that become ownership, get ownership, and become or get a certain right, different rights in the company. I remember, for example, that the Netherlands has implemented a stakeholder review process for remuneration, for compensation issues of directors. That means that the boards in the Netherlands are obliged to get shareholders' views of stakeholder views before implementing their compensation policy. And when you speak to investor representatives, issuers themselves, they say it is almost impossible to get for example, the churches, along with the unions, with the shareholders, to get a common view on what is a good compensation policy for our directors. So I think it is not only difficult, but shareholders have a different role to play in this environment.
Thank you very much. And your comment on supervisory boards in Germany is well taken. I worked for a German bank, and I was very surprised when, the night before presenting to the board a strategy document, one of my staff members asked to see it in her capacity as supervisory board member, which confused me. I think, Francie, you would like to come in briefly on this.
Only very shortly. My experience, I was 9 years also chairman of UniCredit in the past Bank Austria, and it was very interesting to have a so-called Capital Day. Every year was organized so-called Capital Day, and once in Milan, then in Vienna, in Munich, etc., with the ambition to present to all who are shareholders as well, to the third persons, a bank, perspective of the bank, what's happened in the past, with the other words, to give the answers on different questions. And we started in the morning at 9 o'clock, and usually we finished in the evening at 7 and 8. Really, it was very interesting discussion from different countries, practically speaking from 22 countries, because a network of UniCredit Group was in 22 countries. So that the people have been very satisfied. As well, we knew where are the ambitions, where are the fears, etc. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And again, I can underline that as ShareSoc in the United Kingdom, we run engagement seminars for companies with individual investors. And we are frequently informed by the CEO and chairman of the companies who present that the quality of questioning and the interest level at individual shareholder level is substantially higher than that at institutional shareholder levels. I don't think that's always the case, but we do get that comment quite frequently. Carmen, if I can bring you in briefly, I'd like to get one question from the audience before we close. I think we've got around 6 minutes, so if we can close this one off very quickly, and then we'll take a question.
Very quickly, I mean, as I think I mentioned already, you know, shareholder and stakeholder interests are not opposite. This is not a new topic. The company and the company board must be accountable. I share also what Cristiano was saying, you know, with the shareholder and acting in the best interest. But actually, if a company wants to be sustainable and profitable, sustainable in the medium and long term, obviously the board is already there. Actually, again, I always quote the positive principles. Must take into account the interest of all the other stakeholders. No? I mean, how a company can be profitable if workers are not, you know, there, were unsatisfied? How can be profitable is polluting and destroying the environment in the long term? How can it be profitable if, you know, relationship with other, you know, bondholders, those who give finance, but also at large? So this is, you know, an issue which must be taken absolutely into account. I don't see, you know, and I see that, and this point where I was not only passionate, but I think I share them all. There is, you know, an urgency working around this. I think the situation and this urgency has been taken into account on both sides, also thanks to the other side. We didn't talk about, you know, Alain mentioned the initiative of the Commission, but the side of, you know, also investors are pushing for this, even institutional, also due to the double materiality issue. So I think we are working there, but actually, you know, it's urgent blue. But let's not forget that then there are different, you know, rights and duties also with respect to who are, you know, who is funding the company.
Thank you very much, Carmina. If there is a question, Yes,
please.
My name is John Kyriakopoulos. I'm president of the Hellenic Investors Association. I would like to ask a question to Mr. Alan Deckers, who is actually the person in charge of the corporate reporting, audit and credit rating agencies. You referred earlier that with regard to the universal format of the financial accounting system, which is all listed companies need to apply in the same fashion as every company in Europe, in order that there is transparency and so-called equal information, equitable information to anybody. However, I would like to refer to whether you, as you are an agency where you should do monitoring to auditors and credit rating agencies, in view of the fact that you have seen some incidents in Europe, in Germany and in Greece, with regard to the monitoring of auditors. The question is, how does a shareholder really is protected when he sees financial statements? Probably he's not very eloquent, or he's not very clever or very efficient to study. If the auditors are not doing the job, if the auditors are not giving proper information, or sometimes they are misleading investors and lead them to false impressions. Thank you.
Alain, over to you.
Thank you very much. Well, this is a very complicated question, because you can have principles established in law and very beautiful laws, but which provide for rights of investors. Sometimes, unfortunately, I have the impression that at least some investors sometimes get caught up a little bit in the hype of certain companies, and that may have contributed in particular to the situation we saw in Germany recently. But having said that, the questions you raise are very important ones, and these are questions that we are looking at very carefully. As a follow-up to the Wirecard case, but a number of other cases, and you mentioned Greece, where there has not so long ago been also some incidents that maybe that are relevant in this context. We are currently looking at the broader legislative framework. By the way, I don't think we should focus only on the role of auditors. Auditors work within a broader framework, and the way we are looking at this is in a sort of a three-level. Three sort of layers of defense. The first one is inside the company itself, the corporate governance inside the company, and that may include things like responsibilities of directors in the financial reporting process, and also in the monitoring of the auditor. The second layer of defense is the auditor, and then the third layer of defense is public supervision, whether it is of financial information or supervision of auditors themselves. So we're looking at all three layers, and there are a number of issues that we're looking at in that context. One point that's sometimes been raised and has been addressed in the German legislation that was adopted or proposed at least after the Wirecard case is the liability of auditors. Do we need to look at the liability regime? That is something that in a number of countries is capped. Does that provide the right incentives to auditors to perform their function? I think there are arguments for and against. The main argument against is, if you increase auditor liability, what is this going to do to market concentration? It's a highly concentrated market already. Is it going to further market concentration? So these are not simple questions, but these are all issues that we're looking at in the context of our follow-up to the fitness check we published some time ago, and also the Wirecard case, and we intend to publish a public consultation on these issues. I think now it's going to be towards the end of October. So I hope that all of those listening to this conference, and whether it's in Greece or elsewhere, will contribute to our public consultation so that we can take the measures that are necessary to improve that legal framework if necessary.
Thank you very much, Alain. And I would reiterate the response. I'm afraid I'm going to be slightly cheeky, so I'm afraid I'm going to limit it to a single question. I would reiterate the unintended consequences of regulation, and we're actually, I think, in the UK looking at trying to reduce some of the liabilities that are associated with corporate disclosures, because particularly in relation to forward-looking projections, there simply are no forward-looking projections, which is one of the most useful pieces of information to an investor in an annual report, because the liability associated with them is too large. So it's an interesting conundrum. I said I'm going to be slightly cheeky. There is one item which I'm going to throw, it's a huge item, which I'm going to throw at Andy and ask him to deal with it in not more than a minute, please. Stewardship, by which I mean active engagement and active voting, versus deallocation from companies. Which is the right approach, and how should shareholders look to influence their companies? Andy.
Thank you, Mark. I resist the temptation to look at this as an either-or, because there are circumstances when pulling money out of the company is the right thing to do. I would suggest that applies when a company has demonstrated a lack of authenticity towards proper stewardship. In other words, give the company a chance to sort itself out. If it doesn't, press the exit button, pull the money out. If we pull the money out before giving them a chance to reform, we've missed an opportunity. So my strategy would be very, very simple. Make it clear that people want to invest in companies with good, strong ethical structures, good, strong stewardship, and make it very clear. If they can't, won't, then pull the money out.
Fantastic. Thank you, Andy. And I'm going to close the panel now. It's quite interesting facing strong lights and trying to involve panelists that are here and questions from the audience. I've only just realised after an hour and a half sitting here that there's in fact a screen, and I can cheat. I'd like to thank all of my panelists very much indeed for their interventions, most interesting, and thank you for attending.
To all the speakers at the sustainability panel, Mark Nordway, Andy Agatangelou, Dr. Francea Archar, Alain Dekkers, Carmine Di Noia, Christiana Holtz, Dr. Verica Trsteniak. And now we continue with a short 15-minute coffee and biscuits break. See you soon in a couple of minutes, and until then, enjoy and refresh yourself.
Ciao Andy, bye-bye. Very interesting your points.
Bye-bye.
Let's keep in touch.
Yes, please. Thank you, Carmine. Thank you very much.
Welcome back. We are continuing with the program of the International Investors Conference, one of the supporting events to the Slovenian presidency of the Council of the European Union, here in Grand Hotel Toplice. And we are about to hear the speech of our next keynote speaker, the second one, who flew into Slovenia just for this occasion, and he's going to be introduced properly by Guillaume Prasch, Managing Director of Better Finance. I invite him here on the stage now.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. On the behalf of Better Finance and of VZMD, we are very honored to congratulate the venue of Jean-Paul Servet, who is the president of the Belgian Financial Authority, FSMA. He's also the vice chair of the worldwide organization, IOSCO. And he has two great advantages for us. The first one has been for the last 10 years on the front line of investor protection, because he is chairing one of the very few financial authorities in Europe who are only devoted to conduct of business rules and investor protection, what is called Twin Peaks in the jargon. Is not conflicted with other objectives, prudential objectives of making sure the too big do not fail, and of banks and insurers. And the other reason, and really we are very thankful to Jean-Paul, it is the second time in 2 weeks that he is flying to Slovenia, and this time especially for addressing the Better Finance VZMD conference. So he's the only international public authority VIP who made it despite the the sanitary conditions and travel conditions. So thank you very much, Jean-Paul, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Guillaume, for your kind comment. I don't deserve this reputation. You are too polite. At the same time, allow me to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that it's my pleasure to be here in Bled. That's the first time that I have the pleasure to discover Bled, and frankly speaking, it's a gorgeous town. Congratulations. The lake is marvelous, and the weather is fantastic, especially from someone coming from Brussels. You know that Brussels means most of the time rain. So it's thanks for giving the possibility to escape from Brussels. Indeed, of course, in 4 days, so I have the pleasure to test the quality of the lines, the airport, and the organization, which is very professional. So I've been asked by VZMD, and I would like also to thank VZMD, the Pennsylvania Association of Investor, and Christian, you chairman, and also Better Finance for this program, which is very interesting, especially for me. I was very glad that Guillaume was so kind to explain what's the DNA of the FSMA. I used to be a single regulator, and then we decided in Belgium, take into account my proposal, to switch to a Twin Peaks model, which is something which doesn't happen frequently, especially with the same chair. Used to be like the BaFin in Germany, to switch at Twin Peaks. My feeling was not that we had some conflict of interest, but it was time to specialize, I would say, the supervisor. On the one hand, the National Bank of Belgium, the prudential supervisor, and the other hand, the FSMA, the Financial Services and Market Authority, in charge of many, many aspects relating to consumer protection. And the choice of the name was exactly the translation of the comment made by Guillaume. Some of my colleagues of staff, we have to explain that we are now the authority for financial market, like in other, no. My priority was to put you, as investor, consumer, at the heart of our mission statement. And that's the reason why it was so important to start with financial services and market authority. Not only about market, of course, we are the supervisor of Euronext Brussels, which is part of Euronext with Paris, Amsterdam, Norway, Ireland, Portugal. But it was, I would say, also very important to speak that my job is to explain to the consumer how it works, to have a fruitful dialogue with a banker,
a life insurance, a broker. That's what we call in Europe, because we are here in the framework of the Slovenian presidency of the EU, the MiFID I, the MiFID II. And that's the part. And when we decide to launch this successful story, I think that I may say that now, even if I'm not objective as spokesman of the FSMA, we decide to restart from scratch many things. A totally new inspection team dedicated to MiFID. And I have the pleasure to have now night and day, of even now, I would say on a remote basis, take into account the current pandemic, 40 people who are in charge for challenging all the information coming from the bankers, the brokers, the asset manager about the quality of the dialogue. So that's the reason why I'm so glad to be here for Better Finance with EMD to explain what it means, I would say, retail participation and how to take initiative in order to support the involvement of people like you, people of you members, in the financing of real economy. And therefore, I would like to divide my speech, my few comments in four aspects. First of all, I'm only credible if I'm able to explain that I understand the market I am supervising, I am monitoring. So it means evidence-based, fact-finding approach. And it's very important to do that now. It's September 21, because the world is changing about retail participation. Second part of my comment, sustainable finance. What does it mean? Everybody, of course, is supportive of the idea, especially the last month. But what does it mean? What does it mean concretely? I'll give you some examples. Third aspect, I would say, which is very important, what does it mean to have a dialogue with a banker as a private and individual saver of investor in a new digital world? And last but not least, financial education, because I strongly believe in a balanced approach. I think that I may say that I am very popular for many CEOs of banks, especially when they have to go in my office when they receive a bad report. So I am proud to be a cop, let us be clear. That's my job, my passion for more than 20 years. At the same time, say, okay, we need also to be helpful about financial education. So I don't believe to people to say only financial education, no lessons to be learned for the bankers. And at the same time, I am also the first to say, okay, we need to be there where people don't expect that we are there. And that's the reason why we decided recently to launch, to open, I think, the first, only one fully digital financial education center dedicated to the new consumer, the teenagers, and I will come back on this in a few seconds. But first of all, what does it mean? I would say retail participation in the financial market. Something very surprising, also for me, I have to confess, how people are changing the last year during the pandemic. I was very astonished, impressed to see that the figures are changing about the behavior, I would say, and the reaction of the young generation, also my kids, let us be clear, when they decide to invest in regulated market. I am very happy, because I prefer that they invest in regulated market than in Bitcoin. Let us be clear. But also it's an interesting challenge for me as supervisor, but also as father, to explain why. And not because it's not in compliance with the law, but can you explain the rationale behind that, not because you are a cop. And that's very interesting, and for that we need to see some evidence. Of course, I will speak about a small country called Belgium, and I feel that my country is smaller every day that one of the marvelous Slovenian cycling champion is winning a Tour de France and normal Belgian people. But more seriously, it's a small country, an open economy like Slovenia. I think that there are many common aspects between both countries. And that's the reason why maybe it can be interesting to see what happens in Belgium, but not only in Belgium, there are also similar services performed by colleagues abroad, especially in the EU. So what we know, of course, is that since March 2020, of course, it's quite obvious, many newspapers are discussing the issue. There is an increased retail investor trading activity, but not only in the US, but also in Europe, with many challenges. Of course, GameStop, it means also challenges for supervisors. It's about risk diversification. It's about what does it mean, gamification. How do we handle, I would say, a dialogue between a very sophisticated market operator platform and a totally unsophisticated investor in a direct contact? That's also a challenge. But let us first of all speak about, I would say, the framework and about the figures. It means also increased use of investment platform. And what does it mean for us as regulator? That such platform may lower the threshold for retail investor to enter the market, but also at the same time, balanced approach may also lead to investor protection concern. So that's what we call the challenges, I would say, linked to gamification, and it's part of a day-to-day challenges, I would say, for many regulators. What does it mean for the Belgian regulator? First of all, what we call, at least in Belgium, the first lockdown, it means at the end of February last year to May. I still have, frankly speaking, I still have a problem to believe my own figures, but they are true. The number of Belgians who trade Bel 20, that's, I would say, the index of the local stock exchange called Euronext Brussels, part of Euronext, which is a cross-border stock exchange. The number of Belgians who traded in Bel 20 shares has increased five-fold. Not 2 times, not 3 times, not 5 times. Absolutely amazing. And I am able to tell you that because I am in 2021. It means after the implementation of MiFIR, one of the most well-known regulations, I wouldn't say that many bankers, financial actors like MiFIR because it means a lot of information to send to people like me and my Slovenian colleague, but that's what we are able to extract. I was not able to do that until 2 years ago because the quality of information was not challenged. This is now the case. So it means that, I wouldn't say the sky is the limit, but our length scale of service is very impressive. And I think it's part of accountability to go back to the market to explain what we are doing with the statistic we receive. The first lockdown was characterized, of course, by an increase in shares purchased. The second lockdown, November 20, at least in Belgium, started with a spike in share sales. Which is also very important is the following statistic. For me, even more important, I would say, the number of new investors trading Bel 20 shares increased sharply during the first lockdown. Second comment, again very important, young and infrequent investors were much more active during the first lockdown period. So investing in stock exchange, I am sorry, and I don't say that for the women in this room, but we are too old. We are too old. For most of them, the people investing are your kids. Can you imagine that? The world is changing. So it means that to be back on the stock exchange, it's a very important incentive also for the Commission. Of course, we know what it means, COVID-19. A drama for many people, for many families. At the same time, the world is changing very fast. So it means it's like for sustainable finance, our program, our objective, especially on the European level. I am telling that to many people from the European Commission. The world is changing. You have to adapt your program. It's fine to speak about CMU, Capital Market Union. It's better to come with new initiative. It's better to come with initiative which can be interesting in order to support the trust in the stock exchange, in other financial products operating in a regulated environment, in order to support, I would say, the development of the real economy. And this survey, these figures are very impressive for this point of view. Not only because people had some time last year, because the savings were higher, because everybody was trying to build some, I would say, savings, because spending was more difficult with all the shops closed and so. But it's still the case at the beginning of 2020. So the trend didn't disappear at the end of the second lockdown, and that's very important also to state. Of course, we know it can be a never-ending discussion. Why was the stock exchange so attractive? Some people would say money availability due to decreased spending. Time availability during COVID. At least no time wasted in transportation and how to go to the office and to go back. Need to find other source of income. And of course, some tactical aspect to the so-called constraint strategy due to fall in equity prices in March 2020. So, in a nutshell, it goes without saying that this figure are promising as it is interest of the consumer to diversify their assets. So that's the reason why I think, and I encourage everybody to read this survey, maybe to work on this survey, because we need to convince people. We are not only cops or supervisors, we have to explain how does it work, a financial market, how can be helpful for the savings, for the financing of your retirement, but also to support, I would say, the development of real economy. That's for the first part of my comment. Sustainable investment. I think, frankly speaking, that I can say that every day in my life now I am working 1 hour, 15 minutes, 2 hours, all the day about sustainable finance. That's high on the agenda, let us be clear. Everybody is supportive of the idea. But now we need to explain that it works, I would say. Sustainable finance, it's not about nice picture in a prospectus, a document, or about marketing. It's about a capacity to challenge products which are really in line with real solid ESG guidelines. And that's what we are doing at a worldwide level. I have the pleasure to be the vice chair of the Worldwide Organization of Stock Exchange, Financial Market, Consumer Supervisor called IOSCO, located at Madrid. And in this capacity, I have the pleasure also to chair the monitoring board, which performs the oversight on the well-known ISB, which will develop new accounting standards. Because again, that's something new for people like me. When do we have to think? Of course, we have to think every day in our life, but when do we have to think about new development in our objective after a crisis? Lessons to be learned from the crisis. It was the case after the subprime crisis, after the sovereign debt crisis in 2011, 12, and 13. This is not the case with sustainable finance. There is no crisis. Who are the people who are pushing the agenda? People like you in this room or through the scheme. That's the investor who is coming with a demand-driven exercise, something totally fascinating and even revolutionary. Because the investors are asking to the political decision maker, to the regulators, could you help us? I would say, in order to find the best product which is in line with my expectation about how to invest in green product. That's something new. People are also not interested in having 1,000 new labels, taxonomy. They don't like what we call alphabet soup. They would like to have one framework. And that's what we are doing at worldwide level, but also at regional level, and I mean by that in Europe, take into account the fact that we are in Slovenia also, which is performing the rotating presidency of the EU. There is no competition between the open agenda and the worldwide. We know that not all continue with the same speed and the same scope about the objective in order to design ESG objective. I think what we need, I'm sorry to say, that's a Belgian compromise, which means also from time to time that we have some difficulty to find a government, but it's part of the beauty of trying to have a compromise. And we know that there is no competition possible and that we have to find to which extent the scope can be aligned of to manage, I would say, some divergence, I would say, in a time perspective. And that's what we're doing, for instance, at European level. Let us be clear, the framework as proposed, launched by the European Commission and supported by 27 member states, which is absolutely unique. There are no very major dissenting views, which is, as you know, not necessarily the case when you have to discuss with 27. Of course, there are still discussions about some aspects. But generally speaking, everybody is supporting. We now have to implement, and that's the case for the UCITS, for the collective investment scheme. So you know that the agenda, as far, and I presume that Alain Deckers had the possibility to elaborate a little bit on this, is very impressive. Every month there is a new wave of requirement. And that's the case for the collective investment scheme. for which there was, I would say, a duty to declare how they feel at ease with what we call Articles 6, 8, and 9 of this regulation about funds. 6, it means no change in your business. Traditional, I would say, investment policy. 8, it means your capacity to explain that you are in line with what I would call, I would say, light green objective. 9, that's the top in the class, I would say, dark green objective. Well, again, I asked to my staff to perform a survey. I think that we are the first in Europe to release this survey that you can find back on the FSMA website. And I had the pleasure to see that collective investment schemes that come under Article 8, it means light green objective, represent more than 50%. And you see, I would say, the evolution on 1 year time, March 2020 to July 2021, there is a significant subscription, plus 26%, and plus 90%, 26% Article 8, and 99%, starting more or less from scratch, Article 9, which is, again, very impressive, and frankly speaking, I have to acknowledge that I didn't expect such a positive trend. Now, we will have to supervise the day that we will receive the toolkit, which are still, I would say, to be approved at European level. We will see how it works. From this point of view, let us be clear, and I don't know if it's worth, we have to avoid any greenwashing, because we are speaking about trust. And it will be a disaster if then we realize that some of the self-declaration are not complying, in fact, with the reality of this label. And that's the reason why it's also important, again, to have a balanced approach to support the effort made by the financial market to switch to a more sustainable finance-like agenda, but also to avoid greenwashing, again, how to be a cop and how to be supportive of innovation at the same time. Digital investment, third comment. Again, this crisis, like many crises, means also acceleration of technological change. Crypto asset was already there before the launch. The challenge, if and how to match, if I may call that like this, the existing legal framework and consumer protection with those different. The words used by my new and former colleague, Gary Gensler, the chair of the SEC, but he used to be also the chair of the CFTC, the other American supervisor at the time of the Obama administration, are very tough. Gary Gensler just stressed the following: we just haven't done enough for vector protection in crypto. Frankly, at this time, it's more like the Wild West. If this field is going to continue or reach any of its potential to be a catalyst for change, we better bring into public policy framework. And the proposal made by Gary Gensler, who is very clever, as everybody knows, to say, okay, after some time, for this kind of business, you need to switch to a regulated framework. It's a question of credibility, and I think that is right. Digital investor means, I would say, same business, same risk, and same rules. That must be the case, generally speaking, not only for banks, but also for fintech, at least when they are providing the same time of services of product, which should be regulated in the same way. And it means, as far as you are concerned, as investor, that you deserve the same level of protection in investing in products that share the same characteristic. Therefore, there are new EU framework, the new sister of brother family, Mika and Dora, which is fun because Dora, for many French-speaking kids, it was the lady who was able to explain how to speak English. So Dora, it means something else new in the financial regulation. Mika, it's about the supervision of market in crypto asset, Mika. And Dora, it means all the new proposal in order to fight against cybercrime at EU level. Mika, I think it's an interesting proposal because it means cross-border approach, which is absolutely the best approach when you speak about cross-border. I am not the guy saying everything at EU level or everything at domestic level. As Belgium supervisor, we have, of course, a true European open-mind investor. But we think that for some business, it's clearly cross-border, rating agency. We have to start from scratch and new supervision. Crypto asset is the same. But I don't think that the situation is the same in all countries. I would give one example, the comparison between the country of your chair, the chair of Better Finance. You are a German citizen. You have a very impressive dynamic industry of structured product with the Börse of Stuttgart. We also have structured product in Belgium, but not the same. Guillaume is a French citizen. Not yet Belgium? No? Both. Okay. That's a good point. I know it. Okay. So, in France, I would say, they like, insurance product. At the same time, the diversity about UCIT is maybe more limited than in country like Belgium. In the Netherlands, I don't know if there are Dutch people, Dutch citizens in the city, they like pension fund. So even if I have a look on my neighbors, it doesn't mean the same kind of industry because the behavior of the investment is the same. And also because from a historical background, I would say, perspective, the development of the distribution of product through the banking sector is not the same. So we have to see for every business what's the best level of supervision. For some aspect, I would say like market infrastructure, like I would say a rating agency of crypto asset, that's the European approach, international. For some other aspect, this is the domestic. I think that's, again, an impronistic approach. That for MiCA, DORA, it's another opportunity for the EU to take the lead by establishing an ambitious set of requirements applicable to all relevant actors of the financial sector. This is also something which is pivotal for the development of the financial sector in its capacity to tackle all the, I would say, the risk, I would say, to defend, I would say, not only the quality of IT system of public sector, but also of private sector actor. And now that will be my last comment, Guillaume, more or less on time, I would say, about financial education. I will first of all start with one example, the SPAC. I don't know if there are SPAC in, I would say, in Slovenia. There are a few SPAC in France, not in Germany, I think, but in the Netherlands as well, and not in Belgium. SPAC was very popular the last year. SPAC is an interesting example because it gives the impression that it's a very easy to understand tool of engine in order to develop, to finance private equity, and then to go public. Without wasting time with people like me, it means an IPO. So a SPAC, it looks like a cash company. You invest in a cash company with a very easy IPO prospectus, and then you try to find a target, most of the time within a period of 2 years, in order to invest and to develop a private equity. That's a very interesting example about financial education, because many people think, okay, that's very easy to understand, cash company. But people forget or do not know that it's like in George Orwell's story. Some pigs are more equal than others, because many sponsors, many primary shareholders have warrants. So by definition, when you invest in a SPAC, you will have a dilution, a mechanism of at least 20%. And besides, let us be clear, if you try to understand the evolution of balance sheet, it's very difficult to understand, and I can tell you it because I have the pleasure to give lecture at the University of Brussels about accounting and financial statement analysis. So that's the typical example for which there are challenges. Of course, everybody knows that SPAC may offer alternative servant funding, and that's for sure. At the same time, I would say, this is a good example about financial education, about possible new idea of regulation, because this kind of structure makes it difficult for non-qualified investors to make informed judgment about them. And that's the reason why we have on board, and the IOSCO decided to launch a network, and I was elected as chair of this new network, in order, first of all, to learn from each other. And frankly speaking, as chair of the network, I learn a lot, and I'm learning every day from my colleague, with good and poor practices, with good and bad experiences about SPAC. That's the first aspect to see how it works. Embedded dilution, governance, the type of target. That's a good example, not only about new regulation, maybe we will see, it's not for sure, it's only a network, but also how to discuss about financial education. And that is something very important for me, that is financial education. This is one of my lessons to be learned from the crisis of 2008. Because I had to testify in some litigation, and my feeling was, I was not involved in the litigation as such. I was asked by the public prosecutor to give a technical advice. It's done in a famous litigation in Belgium. I met a lot of people, I would say, in the room, in the audience room, I would say, of the Court of Laws. And many of these people were not, most of the time, they were not rich at all. They had invested, I'm sorry to tell that they had invested maybe 40,000 euro. But 40,000 euro in order to finance their retirement. Because they were fired and they received a capital. Because they received an heritage. And that was all their assets. In this litigation, most of them were simply not able to understand the kind of product they invest. Most of them thought that it was a saving. That's it. And all these people were not aggressive, but they were asking questions. And I had many discussions informal in the room, in the hall of I would say, the Court of Law. And I come back, I would say, to my office, and I told to my people, okay, at the end of the day, I would say the highest court of Belgium considered that there was no problem with this product. But my feeling was it's not sufficient for us. It's not because products are fully in line with all kinds of regulation at Belgium level, but also at EU level, that we don't have to do something. We need to support all ID relating to easy to understand product. It doesn't mean that these products are not in line with regulation, but easy to understand product means for sure more trust in the capacity of the financial sector to deliver financial service, to sell products which are in line with the profile of the client. And that's all what we are trying to do about financial education. You know, it's like Socrates. I'm not sure, I don't know that I need some information. That's the first. And we have developed, first of all, I would say, a new website called Wikifeed. We check the copyright, no stress, okay? So 16 million people already visit on. Of course, it's peanuts when you compare that with, I would say, the website of the Belgium Devils, the national football team. But we are not playing football. We are only supervisor. We are, I would say, with day-to-day contact with the first ambassador of financial education, which means teacher for teenagers. We are launching for free a lot of new development. We have been developing the investor weeks. And so we are, in fact, in competition with the Belgian army. Because, you know, the national feast in Belgium, like the 14th July in France or the 4th of July in the US, that's the 21st of July. So I asked to my staff to be there. So we are just in front of the staff, or the stand of the Belgian army, in order to attract young people. And we are explaining, do you need information about your house, about your insurance contract? So people are surprised that they can discuss about financial education. We are in mall, shopping center, in the train, and so. And that's, again, all as well, not to come with difficult explanation about difficult products, but about what they need in their life, when they marry, when they divorce. Not only painful as human beings, but also for your finance. When you retire, when your kids are going to, I would say, a university, for instance. Every momentum, I would say, it's a lifestyle experience. And that's what we are doing, I would say, in Belgium, when we launched 7 years ago, a new Wikifeed program. And again, I don't, I would say, believe in black or white agenda. We need to have, I would say, when we speak about financial education, a complementary tool to regulation and supervision to enhance investor awareness and critical sense. But the big mistake for many supervisors, and it happens from time to time, okay, it's fine, I will promote financial education, and it means no lessons to be learned for financial. That's the mistake we have to avoid. Okay? For instance, I decide to adapt my tools to ban some product because the level of financial education was not yet major in Belgium. But it means that the day that we think that we feel more at ease because financial education is going better, we will have to think again about some levels of our regulation. It's a real comprehensive exercise. And so the objective is to see to which extent we can have an added value as regulator in order to build their trust in the market and help them meet their long financial needs. And recently, I had the pleasure, even during the pandemic crisis, to launch the WikiFin Lab. It's not a museum. It's not a center to, in order to fight against some addiction like Bitcoin. It's about budget. It's about how to make changes if you are prime minister of a minister. Okay, you would like to give for free, I would say, PC for all the teenagers, but there is a cost. It means more withholding tax for the students who are working. Something which is an impact on the pension of your grandfather. So it's about choices, and we know that most of the time, for difficult questions, there is no easy solution. It's how to think about, I would say, to manage your asset. Frankly speaking, it was a challenge for us. What I can tell you after 1 year, it's fully booked until next year. So it means that there is a kind of matching between the need, I would say, and what we are able to provide for free to the teenagers, but it means to lobby for your legal mission statement. And so I can now go back to the first comment made by Guillaume. Yes, indeed, you have to believe a supervisor in your added value. It means not only to be a regulator, but also to invest, I would say, in financial education. So thanks for attention, and I wish you the best for all the program.
Thank you again, Jean-Paul Servet. Thank you for those insightful words, and I wish you a pleasant stay here in Bled. And now we move forward before the lunch. We're very long awaited. Now the presentation of share support follows, and who else is supposed to present it as Christian Verbic, President of Pan-Slovenian Investors and Shareholder Association, who is also very responsible for the fact that this event is taking place here in Bled. Christian Verbic. And just a little footnote before we start. Christian is going to speak in Slovene language, so if anyone needs translation, please raise your hands and we'll take care of it. Now the floor is yours.
Thank you, Valentina, and thank you, Jean-Paul, for this magnificent speech. And especially for coming back to Slovenia just for 1 day for this special occasion and our gathering. Since you were here already for Euro fee meeting and you left for Brussels for just 1 day and now coming back. So thank you again for the attendance. Yes, that's right. Dear ladies, gentlemen, friends, respected guests, obviously I might be the only one who decided to speak in Slovenian language since I'm a host here, and I really thank you very much for joining us. But I believe that still our beautiful Slovenian language deserves, so that's why we have all the time service of translation here, deserves to be heard in Slovenian language as well. So please, if you put your headphones, earphones on, and I will start to present the share support, the program of Pan-Slovenian Investors and Shareholders Association, which together with Better Finance, European Federation of Investors and Financial Services Users, is the host of this event. Torej še enkrat lepo pozdravljeni, drage dame, gospodje, na konferenci Vseslovenskega združenja malih delničarjev in Evropske federacije investitorjev ter uporabnikov finančnih storitev. Tokrat predstavljam pomemben program, pomembno inicijativo združenja z imenom Delniška opora. Delniška opora, angleško share support, je bila vzpostavljena pred pravzaprav natanko 5 leti z željo, da ohranimo kar se da veliko število vlagateljev, delničarjev v Republiki Sloveniji. Naj vas s tem v zvezi seznanim z naslednjim. Ob prehodu iz socialističnega v kapitalistični družbeni model je prišlo do privatizacije nekdaj skupnega družbenega lastništva v smislu tega, da so vsi državljani postali lastniki delnic podjetij, skratka prej skupnega družbenega premoženja. S tem v zvezi torej smo imeli, glede na to, da je v Sloveniji približno 2 milijona državljanov prebivalcev, tudi 2 milijona vlagateljev oziroma delničarjev. Žal ti niso bili deležni nikakršne izobrazbe v zvezi s tem, kaj pomeni biti delničar, tako da sem se sam z nekaterimi somišljeniki odločil, tega je zdaj 16-17 let, da vzpostavimo združenje malih delničarjev, ki bo skušalo poskrbeti za to, da zaščitimo njihove pravice in interese, ter tudi zagotovimo informacije o tem, kaj pravzaprav pomeni ključni moment kapitalistične družbene ureditve, torej lastništvo, kapitalski trg in seveda delničarstvo. Žal vam moram sporočiti, da je v tem času število delničarjev v Republiki Sloveniji padlo iz torej omenjenih 2 milijona na približno 300 tisoč pred 5 leti, na današnjih približno 100 tisoč delničarjev v Republiki Sloveniji. Prepričan sem, da bi brez angažmaja našega združenja bilo le teh še neprimerno manj. Skratka, ne samo, da gre za proces, kjer se družbe, ki so na organiziranem trgu Ljubljanske borze, preoblikujejo v družbe z omejeno odgovornostjo ali pa da gre za iztisnitve manjšinskih delničarjev. V vseh teh postopkih smo neposredno angažirani tudi na sodiščih in podobno, kjer zagotavljamo, da ti delničarji dobijo dejansko vsaj približno pošteno odpravnino iz naslova tovrstnih. Vendar to ni ključna tema tega mojega današnjega nastopa. Mi smo se, kot rečeno, pred 5 leti, ko je prišlo do preoblikovanja tako imenovanih registrskih računov vrednostnih papirjev, ki so bili glede na proces privatizacije brezplačni, do situacije, da so se ti brezplačni registrski računi ukinili.
Were abolished or eliminated. This was connected with the European directive because of the joint capital market, because it is contrary to the logic of the capital markets. This is a priority of the present as well as the previous European Commission, which wants a united capital market and wants to draw the assets or the funds, the equity of the households for triggering the European economy via capital markets. So this is the process that we witnessed in Slovenia, and this is the reason why the number of shareholders fell even further. We invested our effort and set up an alternative opportunity or possibility for them, which is called the Share Support Project. What does it mean? We use the opportunity that exists elsewhere in Europe and that was present in the Republic of Slovenia, that the lawyers or the notaries can have their own fiduciary account for securities. Securities of different owners can be brought together. Who used this? Those who wanted to hide their ownership. And when we introduced this to protect the interests of minority shareholders and keep them on capital markets as owners, this brought about the following. In these years, the legislation changed 3 times, whereby the financial industry wanted to eliminate this possibility of the work of the share support. So what we wanted to actually offer the minimal charges or costs for the owners. So all costs connected with the dividends and so on, or everything that is connected with securities. After 5 years, we managed to ensure for more than 7,000 owners of shares in Slovenia that via this share support, they kept their ownership, and over 6,000 of those who came to us, they actually got the income or the profit that they wouldn't get otherwise, because the several stock exchange analytics and stock exchange brokers were introducing these things to them as being valueless. So we brought together the small investors, the minority shareholders, and with minimal charges, we ensured them that they sold their shares, or at the AGMs, we ensured them that they got the dividends because they were the actual owners. Let me now suggest that we see the video spot on this share support, and later on I might answer some questions from the audience. So this is the program for which I would like to express my joys today, that this is not anymore the matter of Slovene shareholders, but with the support of Better Finance. It is also a project for the European Union. So it's a project of Better Finance that brings together 34 national associations. So it's all European association, whereby we, as the Slovene Association, cover also the Republic of Croatia. We set up an association there, and we then ensure them there, the rights of the minority shareholders. And in case of all the other countries in the EU, for all of them, we offer this share support. So, share support concerning the ownership of shares at minimal charges. So we won't be facing what we have been facing for the past 50 years, the process whereby in this time, because of the ownership of all direct investors and shareholders, 40% of funds fell to 10%. So whatever the trend may be, it will continue in this negative way unless we offer positive solutions. So what we did, we offered with the help of a team of experts and lawyers this solution, because we are offering not only to the Slovenians this possibility, but to all the EU citizens and even wider. So can we see the video now?
Share support. Now more than 7,000 in the share support. The Share Support is a program established by the Pan-Slovenian Investors and Shareholders Association, VZMD, with the support of the European Federation of Investors and Financial Services Users, Better Finance, in order to maintain a large number of shareholders in the Republic of Slovenia. For minority shareholders, this is the closest they can get to once free securities registry accounts, and it represents the most rational solution, with a fee which is guaranteed to be, in the long term, the lowest possible for the preservation of the securities ownership on the Slovenian capital market. Own and personal. Share support maintains the individual and personal character of securities ownership. The value of securities to which an individual owner is entitled does not and will never depend on the value of securities owned by other owners. Proven. With the help of share support, nearly 6,000 minority shareholders have already received profits from shares, which many financial intermediaries and stockbrokers evaluated as worthless in the past. The exercising of rights from securities transferred to share support is conducted by the vŽIVO.si, which has more than a 15-year tradition on the Slovenian capital market, and skills demonstrated in legislative and related procedures, as well as in numerous public limited companies. Thus far, vŽIVO.si has successfully represented more than 200,000 shareholders in hundreds of different cases. vŽIVO.si is a long-standing full member of all related international associations and actively engages in their activities also by participating in executive boards, among others, of the World Federation of Investors and the European Federation of Investors and Financial Services Users. The latter especially supports the share support as an example of a good practice and would like to enable it in other European countries as well. Responsible. The securities transferred to share support are legally separated from vŽIVO.si securities and are registered on a special trust account. This also allows securities to have appropriate insurance. Rational. To participate in share support, the owner, who is a minority shareholder, pays a fee, which is guaranteed to be, in the long term, the lowest possible for the maintenance of the securities ownership on the Slovenian capital market. Shareholders who own shares in the total amount of up to €10,000, the annual compensation only amounts to €9. Additionally, the transfer of shares from the securities registry account to the trust account of share support is completely free of charge. Active. By participating in share support, owners receive active support in exercising the rights and interests arising from their securities as well, including competent representation at general meetings, announcing and carrying out disputes for the protection of owners' rights, legal and other proceedings, and exercising other management rights regarding securities.
Maybe you can stop for a moment here.
Maybe to explain a little bit at this point.
Let me continue in Slovene. Let me explain. Being included in share support does not only mean the ownership of securities, it means active insurance of all the interests that the minority shareholders might have, the attendance at AGMs, the proposals for the distribution of dividends, and the inclusion and possibility of the representative of the minority shareholders to be present in the supervisory boards of companies. We practiced this in the past and at present, and also in cases where we're talking about the reorganization of companies where it might come to the damages for the shareholders or individual investors. Including the court procedures. For example, if we're talking about the squeeze-out or the fair compensation, and then we have the back office of all the employees, and all these cases we have to establish where the fair value lies. And if it's not correct, then we trigger the procedures. So we do this for everybody who's included in the program of share support. So this is important that I wanted to stress here. This moment or these elements that are otherwise not included in the simple ownership. of shares. So this is true also not for the Slovenian owners, but it is valid also for the foreign shareholders, because we want elsewhere these conditions to be met. For example, in Croatia, we are now in the procedures to carry this insurance out in Croatia. Just to illustrate, at this moment, we have more than 40 litigations at court. In courts, we have 10 different advocates or lawyers that are now working in the interest of our shareholders, either working or taking the starting point as the share support, or they are their advocates from other bases. In this case, we actually represented more than 200,000 shareholders and investors, and more than in 90% we were successful, and we managed to get for them more than they would get otherwise. So we'll continue now with the presentation.
The shareholder can contact the Share Support Team for additional instructions or assistance by email, opora@vzmd.si, or via telephone at +386 31 770 771 or +386 142 65018. On the website www.vzmd.si/delniska-opora, the shareholder can print the registration form and the security transfer order. They fill out and sign both documents and confirm their identity in accordance with the instructions on the form. All that remains for the shareholder to do is to send the registration form to the address of VZMD and to send the security transfer order to the Central Securities Clearing Corporation, KDD. Share support. Do not allow others to take over your shares.
Hvala lepa za pozornost.
Thank you for your attention. I'm available here if you have any questions in connection with share support or otherwise. In these 5 years of successful engagement in order to maintain and keep the largest possible number of minority shareholders, I must add that we are successful in legal cases, and we invest our efforts that the conditions connected with capital markets, when they are changing, that they are in the interest of shareholders, especially the minority ones. So we actually suggested a few legal proposals. So I invite you to look closer at this possibility, and the co-organizer of today's event, the European Federation of Investors and Financial Services Users. So this is an initiative that is very important at this time for our European situation. At this moment, the Slovenians have more than 24 billion deposits in our banks. They are they don't get any interest rates or even have to pay the negative ones. It would be sensible to at least partly direct these means into the capital markets, so that the owners have an get appropriate returns, and it's an important trigger for economic or other projects in Slovenia. And if we carry this over to the European level, it's clear that something like this is needed at the European level as well, because this is one of the declared priorities of the EU Commission, that the funds of the households and citizens of EU are used for the European economy, for the boosting, for the recovery of the economy. And this project has been tested, and it can add to such endeavors. So I'm really thanking Better Finance for their help in this respect too. Since we are now going to have lunch, let me invite the organizers that they open this hall. As you know, there is a beautiful lake outside waiting for you. And once we open this, we'll get some light, we'll get some fresh air, and we'll continue after lunch. So, join us. If you will, when you go out, you will pass our partners who actually helped us to carry out this event. And I hope you are all happy with the conference so far. So, first join us with some champagne, and then the waiters will serve you the Slovene specialties. Thank you very much, and I hope we'll be socializing and meeting in the future as well.
Just a small footnote again, we continue with the panels at 2 o'clock. So 1 hour for lunch, standing lunch. Enjoy your meal and refresh yourself. Thank you.
Spotify and YouTube playlists. Enjoy.
feel shame, I feel it in my body. And I just can't let go, tears start to flow, I feel it in my body. Girl, I feel this magic, and it's deep inside. 'Cause I believe in magic. When I see your eyes, you know that it's magic. Feel it deep inside. 'Cause I believe in magic. When I see your eyes, you know that it's magic. It's deep inside. I believe it. When I see your eyes, I believe it. It's deep inside. I believe it. When I see your eyes, and I'm not from the game, side of the blame. I feel it in my body. And I just can't say no, fear starts to grow. I feel it in my body. Girl, I feel this magic, and it's deep inside. 'Cause I believe in magic. I see it in your eyes. You know that it's magic. Feel it deep inside. I believe in magic. When I see your eyes, you know that it's magic. It's deep inside. I believe it. When I see your eyes, I believe it. It's deep inside. I believe it. When I see your eyes, you know that it's magic. It's deep inside. I believe it. When I see your eyes. keep it good, it's your love. And you don't get to the loving love. It's your love. You keep it good. And you don't get to the loving love. It's your love. It's your love. You keep it good. It's your love. And you don't get to the loving love. It's your love. You keep it good. It's your love. It's your love. It's your love. It's your love.
Ba 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 ba. Welcome back, everybody. I hope that lunch break, and I think that still some people are gathering here, that the lunch break was pleasant. We are continuing with the last part of the investors conference that concentrate on how to invest in the future, which will also be an important topic of our green panel about investment opportunities in Slovenia and Europe. The first speaker of this panel is Matjaž Javšnik, Slovenian actor, producer, and festival director, which I invite him on the stage here with us. Matjaž, you're going to present us how smart the beautiful nature can be included in cultural industry, if I am correct. What is the secret formula, if we say like this, for intertwining the culture, high culture, with the environment?
Spoštovani, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation and for your time to listen to me. I'm Matjaž Javšnik. I'm an actor, producer, and a festival director. I've been working in film industry for some 30 years and more than 15 years with festivals. I'm director of 3 festivals. The first one is the Festival of Salt in Piran, the Child Creativity in July, in 4 different parts, and more than 10,000 children take part. The second one is the Festival of European and Mediterranean Festival, also in Piran for 10 years, and the third one is the festival in Kranjska Gora. This year it was the 5th edition, and it has been expanding very quickly. We have decided to integrate the 3 festivals in one, so the International Film Festival in Kranjska Gora. So we have a very strong board, and our activity is focused on education and networking of young in film industry. So our focus is on workshops and master classes, and we also focus on post-festival events such as roundtables and VIP events where the representatives of the media, film industry, diplomacy, and others gather and associate. So our festival has been growing substantially, so we have set our goals, and of course we need someone to introduce itself or himself on the market. Maybe some of you may join us under our festival slogan. The second field is film production. At the moment we have in pre- and post-production 1 short and 1
življenje ne samo v Evropi, ampak tudi na drugih kontinentih. Vložki v te
movies, so 50,000 members and 1.5 million euros, and the largest project will reach up to 5 million, and our intention is, so when we talk about Slovenia as a space where films, so we can say that Slovenia is an open film studio. We have very good infrastructure flow. We have access to all major cities in neighboring countries. So in the morning you can actually make a film under the mountains, and in the evening you can catch the sunset in Piran at the coast. So organically the story has been growing. First we have actually discovered Bollywood, and Bollywood movies have been produced in Slovenia. Then all major advertising agencies have get to know us from the US, Asia, and elsewhere. So for the film to be appropriately represented and could make the necessary profits, what we need is to have a film school and to have a film studio providing all services necessary for the shooting outside the sets. And the investment is between 5 to 7 million euros to actually meet the high production standards. The project is being developed, and the risks in this industry are decreasing because of the increase in platforms. Since I know that your time is precious, I invite you, if any of you is interested in getting involved in any of these projects, you can contact me. You can see my email address. I'll stay in Bled today and tomorrow, and now I would like to thank you for your patience and give the floor to other speakers. So thank you, Kristen, for the warning. Tomorrow at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I have a stand-up show for all the participants of this conference and the local population here near the lake. So thank you. Thank you, Matjaž, for this presentation. So stand up tomorrow.
This presentation. The next speaker of our green panel is Dr. Tomaž Kostanjevec, CEO of Slovenia Public Agency for Entrepreneurship, Internalization, Foreign Investments and Technology, Green Creative, etc. But he's going to be with us online because something unexpected came between his duties in Ljubljana and here in Bled. Green Creative, smart, all this Slovenia is, but can you tell us, Dr. Tomaž Kostanjevec, what is the most important thing that makes Slovenia so interesting for investors, since it's one of the fastest growing Central and Eastern European countries?
Hello, thank you for introduction. Do you see my,
yeah, we can see you, everybody can hear you, so the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, I have to stay in Ljubljana, so anyhow, nice greetings from here, from our capital city, and from our Ministry of Economic Development, and from our agency, Spirit Slovenia. I will just go on with my presentation, and I can say that almost everybody knows those two guys. That one in yellow jersey is Mr. Pogačar, it's Mr. Roglič, and in white shirt, but he was the last one who was last time in yellow is Mr. Pogačar. And all those are famous cyclists. Next slide, we can see our winter sport girl. She's Tina Maze, and we are very proud of her. And we have love in our name, it is Slovenia, but this is Tina Maze. What can we say about us? We are a single point of contact for all the firms abroad. We have 71 employees, and we have around 90 million euros a year turnover. And we're also organizing the Slovenia exhibition of Expo in Dubai. So, Slovenia has a strategic position at the crossing from Balkan to Central Europe and from Eastern to Western Europe. Slovenia has also right mix of quantities: strategic location, supportive business environment, experienced workforce, quality links to regional markets, quality infrastructure, and also high quality of life. I can say that our economy is strongly connected with export activities. So you can see that our GDP is around 85% is exported. So we see that we are, as a European country, very much connected with all the countries around us. We have around 4,200 researchers per 1 million people, and we invest 2% of our GDP to research and development, 3/4 by business sector, and 1/4 by private sector. Slovenian companies' R&D investment ranked high above EU average, resulting as technologically advanced products and solutions. And we can also say that we are stronger in the middle of models innovator in the European Innovation Scoreboard. We can say for our economy that we are quite innovative, belong the Bloomberg Innovation Index from 2020. We have fast adapting to changing environment. We can see that our government give us quite a good example how can be treated well with these COVID times. We have excellency in various industries in high quality niche products and solutions. I will say a little bit afterwards, but we are also looking for new opportunities. There we can see our strategic location. We got from 2009, from 31 place in 2020 to 21 place. So, in what we are good? Slovenia is strong in the following industry, to name just a few. Automotive industry, we have innovative solution to make operation profitable and comply with the latest requirements of green engineering, including the reduction of CO2 emissions, fuel consumption and waste, while increasing safety, high engineering skills to design and manufacture components. The other field that we are strong in is chemicals and pharmaceuticals. The country's most successful companies thanks to a long tradition of the chemical industry in the part of Europe. The third part, it is electrical and electronics. Slovenia's workforce combines successfully the country's long industrial tradition with engineers and all the skills production. We are strong export performance of Slovenian electronics industry with 76% of revenues earned in foreign markets. Also, is one of the most important parts is also ICT. The role played by ICT to Slovenian export mix is extremely important. So those are those niche markets and industry sectors, but I would also see that we have big potential of those with wood processing machines and with all the national demands that we can put it through the wood sector. Logistic and distribution in Slovenia, we all know that we have Port of Koper, international airports are in Ljubljana and in Maribor, and also in Portorož. We have Slovenian railways, which are owned by our government, and motorways. In what we are good, we have the highest number of hidden champions per million population in Central, Eastern and Southeastern Europe. What does that mean? That leaders in terms of market share in their respective fields. We have among 3 in the world number 1, and we are in those niches very famous. So, as I said before, we are good at machining and metalworking, electrical equipment, ICT, food and beverage, and also tourism and leisure. If I can introduce you to our Invest Slovenia, this is our webpage, and we also have webpage named sloveniapartner.eu. We are looking for investment opportunities from abroad, and if you are looking for somebody as reliable as our agency, please do not hesitate to contact us. That was in briefly, and thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much again, Dr. Tomaž Kostanjevec. And we are continuing with our next speaker, Andrej Lazar, who is welcome to join me here on the stage. We are moving towards investments opportunities in Slovenia. Where is our potential, Gospod Lazar, and where we should become more aware that we already have and how to get most out of it. Yeah.
Basically, as we are in Slovenia and we have translation, I will also have my speech in Slovenian, if it's okay. So let's start.
Good afternoon to all.
Okay, moje ime je Andrej Lazar.
So I'm Andrej Lazar. I come from the bank asset management company, or bed bank. So bed bank is a name, but I don't think we are bad, and we have proof for it. So if we start and move on, so in 2013, when we were set up, all bed loans of Slovenian banks in majority state ownership were transferred to our company. So we took over bad loans, and that was concentrated in an institution. We actually collected skills and knowledge and started managing them. In 2013, our portfolio was 2.5 billion, and after 8-9 years, we have successfully disinvested about 2 billion euro, and what remains is approximately €500 million of assets. Part of it are claims, because through various restructuring purposes we try to maintain the viability of companies and refinance them with commercial banks. The remaining assets, mainly for sale, are mainly real estate and some equity holdings in companies that we own, and we'll talk about some most interesting real estate and investment opportunities in companies that we have. So let's begin. If we go through real estate portfolio, first I'm going to talk about our three main real estate properties in Ljubljana. Quarry Podutik, where we have 44,000 square meters for residential building. What we still need are the spatial plans and possible project, 360 apartment units and 680 parking. So it's quite a large project, and if we move on, Stolpniška is another project in Ljubljana. It's in the center of Ljubljana, near the Socha Institute, and we have started with a detailed spatial plan. I apologize for these technical problems. And the most beautiful in Ljubljana is Rožna Dolina project. This is the most elite location in Ljubljana, about 16,000 square meters for multi-apartment buildings. Now, business. What is interesting in Maribor, it's the former ProBanka office building, 7,000 square meter office building, 2,600 square meters commercial premises. Then in tourism, in the past, we took over some claims from other countries. Recently, we took over a hotel in Bulgaria with 130 rooms and apartments. As I said, it's soon to be sold. What we have next is in Slovenia, on the coast, in Izola, Argolina project. So the spatial plans are in the preparation stage. It's these are tourist facilities, and will cooperate with the municipality. And then equity portfolio. We are not 100% owner of Alpina, or we are 100% owner of Alpina. So this is a footwear producer, also for cross-country ski races, and the sale procedure has just been initiated. Annual revenues about 40 million euros. Last year, because of the pandemic, the revenues dropped considerably. Nevertheless, we have decided to sell the company, because such a company needs a strategic investor or owner, which is not the state, of course. Then Mariborska Livarna company. This is also one of the major producer of aluminium and copper alloy products. And also actually is automotive supplier to Volkswagen Group in particular. The revenues and EBITDA have dropped considerably, but because of the need for a strategic owner, we have decided to launch the sale process. And the last, Farme Ihan, which is the pig breeding company concentrated on the Slovenian market. And the advantage here is that there is a fully integrated chain from pig breeding to processing, and also needs a strategic owner. And since our company is not a strategic owner, I would like to apologize once again for these technical problems. But this is all from my side.
Thank you again. Unfortunately, some technical things happened. Thank you. We're continuing with Matej Rigelnik, CEO of Equinox Real Estate Company, who is invited now with us, joining us through Zoom, or I think he's with us now. We believe he is with us. Can we just check if we have him, or is there some technical problems again? Okay, so we are connected online. Hello, do you hear us? Dobar dan. Hello. Do we hear each other?
We do.
Okay. So Matej Rigelnik, CEO of Equinox Real Estate Company. How do you see the role of tax incentives? Should we reward investments in companies with better ESG ratings? I think we are having some important thoughts from you right now told about this kind of things.
Hi, my name is Matej Rigelnik and I am the CEO of Equinox. I will not speak just about socially responsible investing and green investing. I will speak first of all and mostly about the project we are doing currently, and this is a real estate investment trust or real estate operating company and IPO listing which we are currently doing. So I would just like to share my screen, and I think this is it. Just 1 second. Can you see it? I hope you are able to see it. You see the presentation, right? Yes, I would like to introduce Equinox as the first real estate investment trust in the West Balkan region. I will tell you a bit about the story, how Equinox was developed, and what is our agenda and what is our goal for the next couple of years regarding Equinox. So Equinox was established by a division or a spin-off of Union Hoteli DD. This is the largest hotel company in Ljubljana with approximately 25% of physical market share. It was established on 3rd of May. The companies were divided in two parts: the real estate part, which is Equinox, and the operational part, which is now called Union Hotels Collection. The idea of doing a spin-off is already quite old. We started with it in 2017 with our first strategic plan. It may sound very well known to you since you come from an international environment, but in terms of Slovenia and in terms of the Balkan region, it's first of kind, or the first structure in which the hotel company actually did a spin-off of the real estate part. And it's also the first company in the Ljubljana Stock Exchange in the last 30 years which did a spin-off of any kind of business. So what we wanted to achieve with this strategic goal is to align the corporate governance structure of the company in two parts and make it similar to what you see in the international markets, where practically all hotel companies have their real estate part spin-off in any way, right? Marriott did it 15 years ago, Hilton did it, Hyatt did it. So a lot of the big chains, the big hotel chains in the world did it already in the last couple of years. So this is it. So in terms of shareholders of Union Hoteli, which is a stock-listed company too, received two shares. Basically, one is Union Hotels Collection and the other is the Equinox, the real estate part. So there was no, the shareholder who used to own one share now owns two shares, one Union Hotels Collection and one Equinox Real Estate. What is our mission and goal we wanted to achieve here locally is that we will become the largest real estate investment trust or real estate operating company, however you want to call it, in Slovenia and in the Western Balkan region. Why did we put in the vision that we become the largest? Of course, economies of scale are very important. Costs on a per unit basis are very important. And of course, the learning curve is very steep. And that's why we think that size also matters. And even if you look at all empirical studies in international capital markets, you will see that size definitely matters, because bigger real estate investment trusts or bigger companies in the long run generate higher returns than smaller ones. The main strategic goals is to become an active player in the Slovenian real estate market. What we wanted to achieve through our IPO, I will speak about that a bit later, is that the shares of Equinox would become, of course, liquid. compared to the structure we have currently, because it's a very illiquid listing, and we would like to transform a very illiquid asset class for smaller investors, for retail investors, into a liquid one, because they could sell or buy shares on the secondary stock exchange in the Ljubljana market. Of course, one of the strategic goals is also a stable asset value and a stable dividend policy. We communicated clearly with our shareholders in the General Assembly we had a couple of weeks ago, is that we are going to pay out 90% of dividends, so 90% of current profit or of operating profit through dividends. What we want to achieve in terms of the portfolio, we want to diversify, because we now own, you will see, 75% of the assets consist out of hotel assets, and 25% consist of other commercial real estate assets. So we want to diversify away from the hotel sector. What we wanted to achieve is, because our shareholder structure is very concentrated, two largest shareholders, Axel Holding and Kapitalska Družba, as the SPV of the government, own 94% of the shares, and because it's so compact, the problem is that no actual trading in the secondary stock exchange actually happens. What we wanted to achieve is also, and that's why size matters, we wanted to be very efficient in terms of costs, to achieve a total expense ratio below 1%, and conservative in terms of usage of loans and leverage, 25% of debt and sources of the fund's LTV. These were just some facts, and now about what the Equinox portfolio consists of. It consists of 4 hotels. Maybe you have seen one of them or 2 of them yesterday when you were having lunch. So this is U Hotel and Grand Hotel Union. Grand Hotel Union is the very well-known hotel in Slovenia, very centrally located, Miklošičeva cesta 1, so definitely very close to the Prešeren Square. U Hotel, and the other 2 are the Fazilok and Hotel Lev. So altogether 677 rooms with approximate physical market share of 25%. In all the hotel rooms in Ljubljana, 21 conference halls, and of course a lot of secure spaces, secure parking spaces in the garage. The other part of the real estate portfolio consists of 4 business premises in the center of Ljubljana, of approximately 13,000 square meters and of approximately 1.8 million stable revenues per year. So altogether, what we expected in terms of pricing, what we are currently working on is approximate market value of the portfolio of 100 million euros. In terms of the real estate portfolio, it's one of the biggest and definitely most centrally located real estate portfolio in any major city or in any capital city of any member of the European Union, because the average distance from Prešeren Square, the main city center of Ljubljana, is just 300 meters. So the location, in terms of location, it's very, very centrally located. So you see here, all the buildings and all the premises are also in the map format. You see here is Prešeren Square, and everything is very centrally located. The hotel real estate portfolio consists of 4 hotels. Grand Hotel Union is the oldest hotel in Ljubljana. 1905 it was established and is in continuous operation since 1905. It's very connected to Slovenian history. I have to emphasize this all the time. The national anthem was firstly played in the Grand Hotel Union Hall. The first democratic political party was established in Grand Hotel Union Hall, and we hosted a lot of very important people during our independence since 1991. Bill Clinton, Queen Elizabeth, and a lot of other very important guests were our guests in Grand Hotel Union. U Hotel is the hotel next to the Grand Hotel Union, altogether 220 rooms. And they consist of Grand Hotel Union and U Hotel are one of the largest conference facilities, not just in Ljubljana, but also in Slovenia. The second hotel or the third hotel is Hotel Lev and the conference center. There it used to be an intercontinental hotel. Now it's an independent hotel with 232 rooms, also very centrally located. and it's a 4-star property. The fuzzy lock is a new concept, is a hybrid between a hotel and a hostel, which is also, in terms of the location, very centrally located on Miklošićeva cesta 9. So very, very close to the city center, and it's basically a hybrid between a hotel. It's not a classical hotel, and it's not a classical hostel either. Grand Hotel Union, altogether 111 rooms, the most or the well-known facade of Grand Hotel Union. Altogether also 15 conference halls and salons, and 120 secure parking spaces. So this is our new presidential suite. I don't know whether you were able to see it when you visited us, but it's definitely one of the best presidential suites in Ljubljana, so we can host best delegations and biggest delegations in Slovenia. Of course, now because of the presidency of the European Union, we are very proud that we can host very important guests in this room. U Hotel, a classical 4-star property. It used to be known as Grand Hotel Union Business. Now it's known as U Hotel, connected to Grand Hotel Union. You were eating lunch at the breakfast room of U Hotel and Grand Hotel Union. Hoteleu, I've spoken about it. These are the new rooms in Hoteleu. Practically the whole hotel was renovated before COVID, so it's a totally new hotel. And in terms of business real estate, we are the largest owner of the Delo building. This is a quite old office space of a newspaper, which is not used in the current form, and we are preparing plans to redevelop it in another way away from office. So we would like to develop a new thing there. In terms of business real estate, it's also Modna Hiša. This is behind Grand Hotel Union, a very well-known shop in the history of Ljubljana. The first elevator was put in there in Slovenia. Miklošićeva Street, this is very close to the Fuzzy Lock, and it's a very centrally located office space, and the Nomago office building, which is in front of Hotel Leo. So altogether approximately 65,000 square meters of commercial space. So what we wanted to establish is the first real estate investment trust structure in the region, real estate investment trust or real estate operating company, however you want to call it. We don't know where the legislation will go at the end. With this kind of structure, we would be definitely the first in Slovenia and definitely one of the first in the region, especially in the former Yugoslavian republics, especially Croatia, Bosnia, Macedonia, and Serbia. Definitely the first one with this kind of structure. So what are real estate investment trusts? You probably know more about them than I do. These were established in the 1960s with the new legislation from the Congress, so already 61 years ago. In Slovenia, we still do not have the proper legislation regarding real estate investment trusts, but the government is working on this, but with not a clearly known timeline when they are going to finally approve this legislation. In terms of the Americans called it democratization of real estate, so practically any American who can afford to save any money can actually invest in real estate investment trusts. So more than 150 million of Americans actually own real estate investment trusts, and this is approximately 43% of all households in the United States own real estate investment trusts as part of their portfolio and long-term investments. Real estate investment trusts or real estate funds are present in 39 countries, in all G7 countries, and almost 2/3 of OECD countries. So it's a very well-known real estate investment structure anywhere around the world. What are the key benefits for investors? It's a very transparent business model because the companies own only real estate. They do not own any kind of other assets. The liquidity, because they are listed on the stock exchange, so shareholders can actually buy and sell the shares. They offer diversification of investments. If you purchase a real estate investment directly, you are exposed to one real estate investment, but if you, for example, buy a share of real estate investment trust, you actually own a lot of real estate investments, right? For example, the Empire State Building, I don't know whether you knew this, is also owned by a real estate investment trust. In this case, it is ECRT, Empire Real Estate Realty. So you can become the economic owner of Empire State Building by buying the shares of this real estate investment trust. Real estate investment trusts in Europe were established a bit later than in the United States. It began in the late 90s. EPRA was established, so the Association of Listed Real Estate Funds. And today, EPRA covers approximately 670 billion in real estate assets and 94% of the market capitalization of all the real estate investment trusts in Europe. In terms of returns for investors, what history clearly shows is that on average, real estate investment trusts are so the returns of real estate investment trusts are on average higher, or approximately they offer the same yields as regular investment is in the equity market, but with a lower volatility, and in the end the ratio between return and volatility is better for real estate investment trust than with regular investment in the equity markets. This is the whole size of all the commercial real estate market and all the listed real estate investment trusts in Europe. Of course, Slovenia, since it doesn't have a listed stock exchange, it doesn't have a real estate investment trust structure listed on the stock exchange. We see the market for Slovenia approximately around 500 million or even more. So there is a possibility of other players also entering the market. And if Slovenia would reach, let's say, the average of the European Union, the whole market cap of listed real estate investment trust would be around 500 million to 750 million euros. So a lot of potential for future development here. So once again, what are and will be our main advantages compared to direct real estate investment is that we will, of course, try to make sure that the investment is liquid in terms of the secondary stock exchange, in the secondary market, in terms of Ljubljana Stock Exchange. We will do a listing on the Ljubljana Stock Exchange. We will try to accomplish through the IPO and possibly through a sale of shares of existing shareholders a free float which would be greater than it is right now, since 94% are currently owned by two largest owners, Axel Holding and the government. Of course, what we wanted to achieve in terms of diversification, we want to diversify away with the new money brought in through the IPO. We would like to diversify away from the hotel assets in order to, in the long run, achieve a better ratio between return and volatility of our portfolio. We want to diversify into retail, office, and also we are thinking about residential properties. In terms of transparency, we already communicated that we are going to pay out 90% of yearly profits in terms of dividends. We will be one of the first companies in Slovenian market which will pay out regular dividends more often than yearly, because here it's very popular that companies pay out dividends. And in terms of profitability, the portfolio you have seen, it's very centrally located. We think that we can, in the long run, achieve a very profitable story for our investors. We are currently working with the local SEC, so Security Exchange Commission, on the final approval of the prospectus for the IPO. We are, of course, because it's still not clear in terms of legislation what's going to happen, still do not have a clear picture and do not have a clear timeline from the agency when can we expect that they will confirm the prospectus, but we are working with them and we are in constant communication with them in order to allow us to do the IPO. And we expect that we will dilute existing shareholders by approximately 25%. So we will issue for one share, for 4 shares, we will issue a new share. Yes, sorry, I skipped this. In terms of the additional capital, we are looking approximately of 25 million additional capital, with the clear goal that this capital will be used to diversify away from the hotel infrastructure, and this IPO also helping us with diversifying our shareholder structure away from two shareholders owning 94% of all the shares, because with a diversified shareholder structure, we expect the liquidity in the Ljubljana stock market to, of course, improve, because now practically nobody trades with this stock because it's so concentrated.
Mr. Matej Rigelnik, thank you very much for those thoughts. We appreciate them very much, but we are running out of time, so I'm sorry to interrupt. And thank you again for... Yeah, thank you again for being a wonderful partner of this conference, also for being a good host, very good host to our to people who are participating in the conference yesterday in your U-Hotel. Thank you again very much, and
thank you.
Wish you all the best.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye. And now another presentation of the man, the big river man, whose reputation extends far beyond European borders, follows. Martin Strel, the Guinness World Record holder, but that's not enough for him. He now plans to swim through 107 countries in 450 days for peace, friendship and clean waters. Martin Strel, we are all ears. You need to tell us more about this project.
Thank you very much. Hello. Slovenian professional American swimmer, the man who swam the Amazon with slogan "Swimming for Peace, Friendship, Clean Waters and Environment." But before I start speaking, we're going to see some short video.
Exploration of the world's most unreachable places has become quite popular and challenging in the last decades. Some climb Everest, some sail around the world, some walk to the North and South Poles, and some row across the oceans. And here is a man of action in the water who swims the greatest rivers on Earth. The Danube, Mississippi, Parana, Yangtze, and recently, the Amazon. Who is this guy? His name is Martin Strel. Some people describe him as a daredevil, fishman, human fish, or even the craziest man in the world. The greatest marathon swimmer in the world, Guinness record breaker and promoter of peace, friendship, and clean waters. In August 2000, he became the first person to swim the Blue Danube, 3,004 kilometers, a Guinness World Record. In July 2001, he broke the record by swimming 504 kilometers, non-stop in 84 hours and 10 minutes. In September 2002, he became the first person to swim the entire Mississippi River from its headwaters in Minnesota to the Gulf of Mexico, 3,797 kilometers, another Guinness World Record. In December 2003, he became the first person on the Parana to make it all the way from Iguazu Falls to the center of Buenos Aires on the Rio de la Plata. In July 2004, he successfully swam 4,003 kilometers of the Yangtze River in China, the third longest river in the world, another Guinness World Record. Recently, in April 2007, he made history by swimming 5,268 kilometers of the largest, longest, and most dangerous river in the world, the Amazon. Yet another Guinness World Record. One man, one river, 66 days. Inside 3 million square miles of rainforest, with thousands of friendly and not so friendly indigenous tribes and countless unknown dangers. Sounds impossible? It is, and that's exactly why he's doing it. He is achieving the impossible, and he did it once and forever.
State of our planet. So I decided to help the Earth in my own way. In front of me is the biggest project in human history that has never happened on this planet yet. I will swim the world, swimming for environment, peace, friendship, and clean waters. It's a high-profile and globally followed scientific research project with an emphasis and awareness. It's a moment to help the planet, who will connect people, businesses, governments, celebrities, and top athletes around the world who are aware of their responsibilities to our planet. The Earth is our common home, our host we need to care for, and time is running out. By understanding the situation and making small changes to everyday habits, we can make a big difference. Be with me. So it's come a new project, swimming around the world. This is a scientific research project. The work is never seen before. This is a scientific swimming expedition with an emphasis on raising awareness of the quality of the water and food, especially in the oceans, where terrible pollution with pesticides and plastics is increasingly prevalent. I'm going to try swimming and sea around 130 countries with my great team, group of scientists, physicians. I would like to make great promotion, especially for the young people in kindergartens, elementary schools, high schools, and all over the planet. My target is, I'm not going to change so much, but for the future. Our planet is on the way down, not on the way up. And I would like to change your mind, especially in Asia, Africa, South America, where pollution is so high. Here is Bled, it's Austria, Switzerland, North Italy. It's pure water everywhere. Whatever you go, wherever you go, in the restroom, wherever you see water is clean, pure. But try to drink in Asia, Nile, I'm going to swim Nile again, Ganga, Yangtze, where is amoeba, more than 2,000 chemicals. Beside Orinoco, Amazon again, lots of berry leaf, for example, so there's going to be lots of attractions. What we need for start is money. For the beginning, we need between 25 to 30 million euros. By the end, it's going to be in our pocket, maybe close to 100 million euros. I'm going to swim 500 days. This is my project, but this is a project for at least 3 years. We have small brochures here if you would like to see this. And for now, thank you very much.
Thanks again to Mr. Martin Strel for those inspirational thoughts. And also, speaking of inspiration, I need to mention that More than 300 people are right now with us live, watching us, so I think this is a good thing for this International Investors Conference, so everybody in the world can watch us right now. And now we are moving toward our last speaker at this green panel. Dr. Špela Stres is with us, PhD, patent attorney, head of Center for Technology Transfer and Innovation at the Jožef Stefan Institute. Dr. Stres, the fact is that companies tend to take environmental impact on social responsibility more seriously if they operate within a well-educated, environmentally conscious society. How do you at Institute try to raise environmental consciousness in our country?
Thank you. Thank you for having invited us. So all the interesting stuff has already been said. We've spoken about the Amazon, we've spoken about the real estate market, and here we are, last and hopefully not least, but nevertheless, we're down to earth. This is basic science, trying to get into the interaction with the industry. So academia versus industry, again. I'm standing here in front of you as one of 1,150 people that are employed at the largest research institute in Slovenia, which currently and at all times basically operates more than 400 international projects and many contracts with the industry on the other hand side. But today I will present in particular our spin-out opportunities. Those opportunities, if I manage to come to them, they arise from the different fields that our institute operates in. Usually we say in terms of topics we cover, you name it, we've got it. And because we cover physics and nuclear technology, our institute was created just after the Second World War as one of 3 nuclear institutes in the former Yugoslavia. And later on, these topics became more diverse. Today we cover also electronics and information technologies, and AI, artificial intelligence, is of very high importance for us as well. And we also cover chemistry, biochemistry, new materials, and environmental science. And as you can sum it up, it's 28 different research departments that our researchers can operate within. Our cooperation with industry is also very diverse because we like to assist industry in different ways. So on the fast track to technology solution, we offer to the companies any solution that they would need at that point. That is handled by direct contract cooperation, but we also manage long-term and strategic innovation because we tend to participate in different national and international co-funding calls. We are the creators of Jožef Stefan postgraduate school, but our researchers also participate in the educational process at all Slovenian higher educational, public higher educational institutions, the universities in Slovenia. And we create long-term alliances with the industry in terms of strategic research, innovation partnerships, and centers of excellence. And of course, there's the creation of spin-out companies. In Slovenia, we cannot take shares in the companies that we create on the basis of our knowledge. But throughout the years, the Institute has created, in the past 20 years, we have created more than 40 companies based on the knowledge that has been created within our Institute and with the knowledge of our researchers. Some of those are presented right here. And in the last few minutes, I'll just go through a few investment opportunities, if there is any interest from you guys. This is a robot-aided reconfiguration concept and platform that is in particularly useful for SMEs that would like to adapt their production lines very quickly, because so far these processes could get very expensive, but not with our new invention. The company has been formed already and is searching for further investments. The next one is quite interesting because it's an applicative result that is based on years of work in the artificial intelligence field. And our researchers have won a $500,000 prize at the US competition, competing with teams from 48 different countries. They are thinking of embedding this into some kind of industrialization framework on a global scale. The next one is already a formula. Well, how do I get back? Or maybe not. Maybe I can continue with this one as well. It's a silver-free wearable germ protection. It's an invention in the field of new materials. It's an antibacterial type of material that can be used and is replacing the unhealthy silver antimicrobial materials. And this team is also looking for strategic partnerships and investors to further formulate the products for the market. Then the smart kitchen scale can also be seen at the outside. There's an apple placed on it, so you can easily recognize it. It's a very small kitchen, smart kitchen scale, and it can be used for properly determining ratios of food for different health issues and in different situations, either in the for different medical conditions. This team has already formed a company and they are looking for strategic partners in their field. And I think that's the last example. It's a measurement system that has been created by a group of particle physicists. It might sound strange because this is as basic a science as it can get, but they have developed a semiconductor devices and materials instrument study, and this can be used in particular for educational purposes. They have already created a spin-out company, as said, and they have been selling the product, but they are looking for their opportunities for further globalization. As a part of our offer, we also have different equipment that can be used to gain other industrially applicable knowledge for the industry. And our researchers can give advanced services to the companies based also on the usage of this equipment. So that was from the side of the basic science, the investment opportunities. There are many more. We have brochures out there. You can grab them, and in case you're interested in investing in any of our cases, some of them are very early on, TRLs 4 to 5, but some of them are already TRLs 7, 8, and some of them, as you have seen in the already created companies, are actually on the market. So there's an email contact you can get us at, and we'll be happy to assist you in any further inquiry you might have. Thank you so much for your time.
Big thanks again to Dr. Špela Stres and all the speakers at the Green Panel, Matjaž Javšnik, Dr. Tomaž Kostanjevec, Andrej Lazar, Matej Rigelnik and Martin Strel. And now we are moving towards our last discussion, Pension Savings Panel, where we'll try to find answers on what measures should be taken towards dismantling barriers that effectively suppress individual investments in securities for pension purposes, specifically the pension securities account. The moderator will be Dr. Jan Šebo, Senior Researcher at Faculty of Economics at Matej Bell University in Slovakia. Joining him online from Athens is His Excellency Mr. Panos Tsakloglu, Greek Minister of Labour and Social Affairs in charge of social insurance. And I also invite other participants of the panel to join us here on stage. Mr. Blaž Brodnjak, President of the Management Board of NLB Bank, Board Member of the European Banking Federation. Bojan Ivanc, Head of Analytics, Slovenian Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Fausto Parente, Executive Director of the European Insurance and Occupational Pension Authority. He will be with us also online. And Guillaume Prache, Managing Director of Better Finance. And also Martin White, Board Member of UK Shareholders Association, since we are all seated now, I think. Oh, you're waiting for Martin White, I assume. And since we are all seated, let the pension saving panel begins. The stage is yours.
Thank you kindly. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure for me to be a moderator of this last panel. Our task is to cheer you up. However, we are going to talk about pensions, so I have to apologize that I will disappoint you. However, well, it's really pleasure for me to manage this kind of discussion because, you know, look at the names. Look at the names we have here. And therefore, there have been short changes in the name of the list. And we have a really interesting name on the list that will start as the first one. It's our guest from Greece. It's a professor, and please, I'll try to pronounce it correctly, Panos Tsakloglu. And the professor is a Ministry for Social Insurance at the Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs. At the same time, professors at the Athens University of Economics and Business in Greece. And at the same time, he's a research fellow and senior research fellow of the Hellenic Observatory at the London School of Economics, London, and Institute of the Study of Labour, ISA, in Bonn. Dear professor will have his short speech, and then we will start with another colleagues, namely with Martin White. And then with Mr. Fauste, who is Executive Director at EIOPA, who I will welcome. Oh, he's already online. Welcome. Welcome. I'm really glad to have you here. And then we will continue with the Guillaume Prache from Better Finance and our dear guests. And I hope that the discussion will be really, really fruitful. I'm really looking also forward to your questions. I hope there will be enough time. So let's not waste the most precious source we have, the time. So, Mr. Professor, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, sir. And I thank very much the organizers for the invitation. Now, due to the rather short notice, I do not have a formal presentation. I mean, a PowerPoint or something like this. And I should also apologize that quarter to the hour, I must leave to go to Parliament to answer the parliamentary questions. I would like to make a short presentation of a recent major reform of the Greek pension system, and this reform concerns the auxiliary pension system. Let me first start by describing in brief the social insurance that is the first pillar of the pension system in Greece. This consists of three parts. First, there is the so-called main pension, that is the national pension. This covers everybody. This is almost flat, and it is contributed by the budget. Second, we have one that is called the reciprocal pension. This is contributory. It is along the lines of a distributive system, and this is a defined benefit pension. Finally, there is the so-called auxiliary pension. This is supplementary pension. This is a contributory pension. This is an NDC system, national defined contribution with no deficit clause. And this does not cover everybody in the economy. It covers public and private sector employees and a few sections of the self-employed. It is especially lawyers and engineers. Then there is the second pillar, occupational pensions. This is quite underdeveloped despite the very favorable terms that exist currently in Greece, while the third pillar is also relatively small. The main reason was that before the huge crisis of the last decade increased the generosity of the social security pensions with very high replacement rates, it was probably a disincentive for participating in private pension schemes, whereas during the crisis, the lack of resources, it was the main reasons for the non-participation in the second or in the third pillar. Now, in Greece, we have a very serious demographic challenge, like several other countries, but however, the problem is even more serious than in most European countries. We have an extremely low fertility rate, currently standing at 1.37. Longevity is rising steadily, and as a result, the Greek population is the second oldest population after Italy. In Greece, however, the projections of Eurostat tell us that we will overcome Italy soon. As a result, the dependency ratio that is already among the highest in the European Union is poised to increase sharply in the next 3 decades. Now, unlike other countries that, in view of population aging, support occupational pension schemes, in Greece we supported the auxiliary pension schemes that is distributive as well in line with the main pension, thus making a huge exposure of the entire social security system to demographic risk. Now, due to worsening demographics, the auxiliary NDC system is projected to offer increasingly smaller replacement rates for given contributions in the coming years. This can be combined with another characteristic of Greece is that we have very low savings and investment rates. That is, we do not have huge inflows of foreign investment, and of course, these facts are hindering growth. The reform is covering only auxiliary pensions, not the main pension of the system. It will be compulsory for the new entrants to the labour market from the 1st of new year, and mandatory for people who, and voluntary for people who are below 35, either with or without mandatory auxiliary pension. This envisages the creation of individual pension accounts in a new pension fund that will be created. This will be a public sector institution. Contributions will be invested according to state preference of the insurees, according to predefined investment profiles. All these profiles will have, let's say, a life cycle element. They will be allowed to change their profile, their allocation of resources across these profiles every 5 years within a very short window of time. And then they will provide an actuarially fair pension using perpetuities and appropriate survival rates. The system envisages a guarantee of no negative return in real terms for the people who will participate in this scheme. Do not forget that this is part of the first pillar, it is part of the social security system of Greece, while at the same time there is a guarantee to the pensioners of the old system that there will be no cuts in their pensions. This creates a funding gap that will be covered by the budget, and I will come to this point later on. There are 4 main reasons that we are proceeding to this reform. First of all, it is, let's say, that we need to achieve risk diversification in our social security system, and especially we need to restrain the demographic risk that is truly huge for the entire system. The second, based on the experience of countries where we have the operation of funded system for a long period of time, we anticipate that we will provide higher pensions for the younger generation. The third, taking into account that some portion of the proceeds of this system will be invested in the economy, we anticipate that this system will contribute to higher growth rates for the economy. And finally, one of the characteristics of Greece, along with several other, especially Southern European countries, is that we have quite a number of uninsured labor, especially among the youth. We do believe that this new system with individual accounts will restore trust to the social security system among the youth, while at the same time will offer serious disincentive for uninsured labor. The main problem, of course, is the funding gap, because as I mentioned before, we do not plan to have any cuts in the pensions of the members of the old system. However, as I mentioned before, resources of the new system will be invested in the economy. This is the reason that we carried out, apart from the actuarial study, a macroeconomic study and the debt sustainability analysis that was submitted to Parliament. Depending on the share of investments in the domestic market, of course, it is the usual mechanism, higher investment rate leading to higher productivity and wages as well as employment, thus higher GDP and of course higher fiscal revenues, both in the form of direct and indirect taxes and social insurance contribution. These macroeconomic studies demonstrate that the cost is affordable in the first years of the operation, whereas the benefits outweigh the costs in later years. I'd better stop here and I will be glad to answer any questions that may arise. Thank you very much.
Thank you kindly, Professor. And well, let me open the floor because I know that your time is really limited. So if you don't mind, I will ask, or I will let you to ask questions to our guest at this moment. So if there are any questions, please raise your hand so we can get a microphone to you. Actually, we have one over there. So if I ask someone to put the microphone so we can hear you or hear a question. Or you can say it and I will, we are sure that the professors hear, the professor hear that question. Oh, I'm sorry, yep. Please continue.
Your Excellency, thank you for the honor to participate in this panel. A few days ago, Prime Minister
in detail, and despite the fact that in the end it was only the governing party that voted in favor of the reform in Parliament, the reaction of the public was extremely muted. And according to some opinion polls that we have at the moment, it seems that the majority of the population is positively predisposed towards this new system, even though the benefits are not apparent yet. Regarding the safety net, I have the feeling that in comparison to several other schemes that operate in other countries, our system is extremely generous. Most similar systems do not provide any guarantees, and if there are guarantees, normally they are in nominal terms, whereas in our case we guarantee the contributions in real terms, that is taking into account inflation as well. Now, why are we optimistic? We are optimistic because there is a gradual introduction of the new system. Do not forget that the first pensioners of the new system will appear in 30, 40 years' time or something like this. It is true that the funded systems, the returns of the funded systems, it is well known that they have quite a lot of variation and so on, quite a lot of variance. However, if we take into account how long the period is, we are pretty sure that the final outcome will be a positive one. In fact, we commissioned a study that to show what will be, let's say, the potential exposure of the system, and even under extreme scenarios, the kind of losses for the fund appear to be truly minimal. Therefore, we do believe that there is a safety net, there is that the new pensioners will enjoy substantially higher pensions in comparison to the ones of the existing system, and we are pretty confident that the system will work. Of course, if there is, let's say, any kind of a catastrophic event, a new world war or anything like this, you know, no pension system can withstand pressures like this.
Thank you kindly for your answer. I hope you will stay with us, but meantime, if you may continue, well, a little bit time constraint, so sorry, Axel. If I may continue with another panelist, we know that any kind of reform, and if we want to save our money, we as a savers, we need lots of transparency. We have here one of the most valuable defenders of transparency. So Martin White, yes, please, can you give us some ideas about how to increase the transparency and how to find the great solutions for our pensions?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for inviting me to take part in this event in beautiful Slovenia. I've prepared a fair bit of material for this event, and all of this, including the slides we have up now, can be found on a special page we have set up in the UK Shareholder Association's website. It's easily found by Googling Savers Take Control and following the link to the Slovenia page. Now I'm going to move on to one slide, and only that one slide. Good. The rest of it you can read later. I think I'm hopeful that this is part of a journey to change things radically in the interests of the ordinary citizen. Let's ask where we are today. I think there's no better place to start than Better Finance's excellent report, The Real Return. Looking at this the other day, I was surprised. It actually made me angry. At times, to a native English speaker reading the report, you hesitate for a moment to work out quite what's being said, and I guess we could help a little here, but the message is actually really quite clear. The passion, as well as the careful research the authors have carried out, comes through well. The return after expenses that is achieved on pension savings is simply poor. This raises a number of questions. One, what is the contribution of expenses? And I mean all sorts of expenses: explicit costs, levels of intermediation, trading costs, complexity, regulation. And the second area of question is, looking forward, what sorts of real returns might we be expected to achieve in the future on equity portfolios in a world which successfully manages to avoid a climate change disaster? I think that means a much lower growth world, and that we can't possibly look at the last 100 years' equity returns as a benchmark. And Andy Agathangelou's passionate speech this morning, which I'm sure we all remember and will remember for years, in the sustainability, or perhaps we should have called it a survival session, can only help to make the point even more strongly. This makes minimised expenses even more vital. It also calls, as Andy also alluded to, for some sort of informed citizen participation in determining the principles for corporate behaviour. And I think that the controversial issue of the impact of executive pay on corporate culture has to be faced up to as a vitally important part of this. I mean, it's a major UK theme. The plan for a new pan-European occupational pensions model that is more transparent and has cost caps definitely seems to be a positive step. But it won't change the balance of power between financial sector and the people. So what are the fundamental problems? And why did I devise the idea of savers take control? I believe that the financial sector, especially the fund management and intermediary sector, and the savings part of the insurance sector is hugely profitable, perhaps even egregiously profitable, at the expense of the rest of society, including at the expense of pension outcomes. And I think it is also the most powerful sector of all in terms of its influence on the political and regulatory process. So simply engaging in politics is not going to change anything. Nothing has ever changed anything. So it's going to take something radical to turn this seemingly unstoppable supertanker around. More than any other sector, this profitability arises from the relatively weak position of consumers that permits such a powerful wealth extraction process. The fundamental reason for this is the long-term nature of the investment process, the extreme non-transparency of costs, and the fact that to appreciate the issues, let alone to be able to calculate the impact, you need a fairly deep understanding of the principles of compound interest, as well as the ability to face up to uncertainty and still make decisions. Now, what's the chance of most people suddenly discovering the principles of compound interest and working things out for themselves? Clearly, nil. And what's the chance that better financial education will make a big difference? I'm afraid I think that's nil as well. The key idea has been dawning on me over the last 10 to 15 years. It's taken a long time to really get through. It's simply this: for those of us who have the knowledge and who don't need help, to voluntarily speak up and help the rest of society. So what do people need? I believe they need someone they can trust to be well informed, and someone who is not in conflict with them and will tell them the truths and give them the insights that the financial sector would rather they did not hear, such as active management destroys value. And that, as an example, a 2% annual cost or reduction in return across an investing lifetime will reduce your outcome by around about 50%. So avoiding that, you double it. People need simple solutions that they can trust. Everyone knows that. But everyone also knows that there is a problem with trust is if everyone you talk to or deal with wants to take a significant annual percentage of your wealth. This who to trust group of people must be both knowledgeable about finance and investment, and yet, and this is absolutely vital, it must be completely independent from the financial sector. People who have worked in finance, are now retired, and who want to give something back to society are quite prominent and qualified. They have to be unpaid volunteers, prepared to share ideas freely and to learn from each other. We don't need masses of people, but it would be great if, as a result of this session today, a number of suitably non-conflicted people from across Europe were to come and talk to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. Well, the world of pensions is always about the costs and the returns. Well, that's how the value for money is created, basically. That's how we can see it. However, may I ask our dear guest, Fausto Parente, who is Executive Director of EIOPA, what are you planning in this area to help us to better cope with our pension future? I know that there are plenty of new projects, really exciting projects. I know something about the pension dashboard and pension tracking system. I know that these projects are basically here to help us to better understand what can we expect, but I'm sure that you have more information about that. So please, Fausto.
No, thanks a lot. I hope you can hear me well. Thanks a lot, and thanks for the invitation. Thanks also for giving me the possibility to listen to, at least till now, to the first panelists, which introduced a really interesting topic. From my side, I can tell you that the supervisory community is one of these maybe not in conflict people that can raise their voice. And actually, we are dealing with pension gap already since a while. It's high in our agenda. We are aware that close to 20% of our citizens are at risk of poverty or social exclusion during the older age. This is why we wanted and we still want to improve the situation and close the gap. Now, you mentioned some of these of the initiative we are putting in place without hindering the difficulty to proceed on this path. But we are thinking basically to address the pension gap via better information is key. We all know without engaging, easy to understand, and more better information, citizens will never engage with their pension retirement. It's a topic which is, let's be frank, not so fashionable to deal with. So we need, it's our responsibility to make it easier for people, for citizens in general, to understand what are their needs and to understand how they can plan for a good retirement. So leveraging on the better information, we want to help the government first to understand where the gap is, and in here it comes what you already mentioned, our work on the pension dashboard. We want to allow government, member state in general, to map where the gap, the major gap is, and how they can arise and how to manage it. Then there is a need to help people, citizens, and here the project on pension tracking system comes to play, because we want to offer a simple way for people to understand what are their needs and what are the projection of their situation, so that they can plan individually with the second pillar, how to better cope with the retirement age. The occupational pension was mentioned as an important role in helping people to save for their retirement. And in here, we have been working already since a while to improve the transparency. We issued the pension benefit statement, on the basis of which now we are also promoting some additional informative document for citizens. It's something that is quite important, because people need to trust their IORP, their provider of occupational pension, need to trust that they manage their money safely, with care, and they also need to understand what are the costs. I fully agree. This is why we push for public consultation. We should finalize soon our opinion on the cost of IORP, because it's key that we, starting by IORP supervisor, understand what are the charges. And then the other leverage, the other tool we need to use to cope with the pension gap, especially on the third pillar, is simplicity. It was already mentioned by my distinguished predecessor panelists. It's the simplicity. We need more simple product. You know that we have been working already for long on the PEP, the Pan-European personal pension product. It's something that can be a benchmark for the future. Simple product, transparent, with some level of cost, let's say, that cannot be overcome. So it's simplicity. People need to engage with their retirement needs, and they can't make a complicated calculation on everything. So simple product offered in the market is key. And in my view, the PEP can be a good opportunity, because then also in terms of competition, the product will be more and more aligned if this product will be successful. We can't, as I said, we can't expect that citizens start looking into complicated calculation. We as supervisors, as regulators, we need to make an effort to build up the basis to close the pension gap. I will stop here for the moment. Thanks.
Thank you kindly, Fausto. Well, simplicity, that's what we ask for. Transparency, low cost, and the returns will follow. That's what you claim, no? Am I right, Guillaume? But you are head of one of the biggest research in this area. For how many? For 10 years? 11?
8 years.
8 years? Oh, 8 years. Okay, so what's the project about, and how your idea of a good pension product fits into this debate.
With pleasure. Good afternoon, everyone. And it was music to my ears to hear Minister Tsakoglu, I hope I pronounced correctly, because it's the first time I hear a European member state implementing one thing we are asking for many years in this research. We are, since 2013, we are researching every year the real performances of long-term and pension savings. And when we say real, we mean after inflation, because what counts for people in the end is to protect the purchasing power of their lifetime savings. And therefore, I hear it for the first time that a EU member state is, in fact, proposing a guarantee in the long term when you retire that is not a nominal guarantee, but it is a real guarantee. Usually governments and too often the industry and even sometimes European public authorities are exploiting a behavioral bias, which is called monetary illusion, which economists learn at school, which is that people who have a limited financial literacy on average are not fully aware of the negative impact of inflation over the years. And instead of being very transparent about it, and like OECD and Better Finance is the only two organizations I know that systematically publish long-term returns in real terms after inflation, they focus on nominal terms. It was also music to my ears to hear Martin White saying, you know, I think quite, that should be quite obvious truths of the impact of costs on pension returns, on the long-term returns. There is a lot of academic research that demonstrates that. And also to hear Fausto Parente, Executive Director of the European Insurance Pension Authority, where they indeed pronounce a key word, which is simplicity, and also refers, as well as the others, to transparency. We very quickly, we published this 8-year-long now research. It covers 18 European countries, more than 80% of the European population, and I take this opportunity for a call to find an independent Slovenian academic, so that expert in the savings and pension field, so we can as well add Slovenia to cover their long-term pension and long-term savings and pension in our research report. It's quite unique because EIOPA itself, but I talk under the control of Mr. Parente, of course, is struggling with this. As he knows well, already in 2015, we asked. It was the first capital market union initiative of the European Union. We asked the Commission that the ESAs, the European supervisory authorities, do research and publish data on the actual costs and long-term performances of the products and services they supervise, because one cannot manage something where it doesn't know what is the price of the products they supervise and what is the performance. And I must say that EIOPA, for the last 2 or 3 years, is doing that. It is a very difficult challenge for EIOPA. It struggles, as we have been struggling for 8 years. But thank you, Fausto Parente. Please go on, and because it's extremely difficult to find comprehensive data. Maybe one last word on because we talked about cost, we talked about simplicity, we talked about transparency, and to tell the truth, if I take Martin White's terms, for example, on the monetary illusion. Two other big issues need to be mentioned coming out of our research, and our research develops into policy recommendations. The first one is on asset allocation. As Martin said, our research as well shows that long-term and pension returns are too often very poor and too often even negative after inflation. And asset allocation plays a significant role because a lot of pension and long-term assets are into, for example, guaranteed products that are heavily 80–90% invested in fixed income securities, in bonds. When you see the current level of bond interest rates, when you see that indeed these products charge 1, 2 or 3%, you cannot win. I mean, at least the client cannot win. And that relates to the problems of Solvency II, you know, because of course some players will tell you, but it's not me, it's Solvency II, but okay, that plays a role. And the other key problem is the conflicts of interest in distribution. I am very happy that EIOPA has launched an initiative on the value for money on unit-linked insurance products. We have researched a lot all unit-linked insurance products throughout Europe, especially countries where it's quite widespread, France, Belgium. And not only the average cost, full cost of contract plus underlying unit is high, up to 4% in Belgium, for example, per year. The problem is the performance is usually on the long term very poor because there is an additional factor is that the distributors who are on a commission-based model, usually, except in the Netherlands, they are picking up the most expensive products. And I would be a distributor, you know, I have to make a living. That's probably what I would do as well. But the problem is there is a long-term correlation between the cost of products and their performance, net performance. And when you look on our website, I will stop there, you can look at our graphs on the long-term performance of unit-linked insurance compared, for example, to capital markets. It's impressive, but not in the positive side. Thank you.
Thank you, Carly. Okay, so let's start a little bit more positive, or let's continue a little bit more positive. We all know that the March 2022 is approaching, which is the date when the long-expected pan-European pension products will come to the market. Suddenly, we all will become Europeans, which I'm really looking forward to. However, we know that plenty of players will be able to enter the market and provide this kind of products. Of course, we will be united. We will be all Europeans. The market will be open. Everybody or everyone can create a good product with a cap on the fees, most probably low cost and passively managed. We will see. However, the banks will be big players. So Blush, you as a president of the management board at the NLB Bank and a board member of European Banking Federation, you have to have some plans how to use this kind of market for pan-European pension products. Or what is your position on a future of pensions and the role of the banks in this kind of area?
Thank you for this question, and it's a big dilemma, frankly. What is actually, pan-European going to look like? We have to be aware that we have pretty different development stages of pension systems, right? A relic socialist state like Slovenia, we are practically public only, right? The first pillar. Second is barely touched. The third doesn't exist, right? And this is, of course, subduing eventual development of the capital market. I mean, we just went private 3 years ago as the business, right? We are listed at London Stock Exchange, and we haven't attracted practically any Slovenian pensioners' money. Any. 4 times larger owner than all Slovenians together. The businesses, the retail, right, are Croatian pension funds, which is very interesting because they went into the third pillar years ago, right? So there are really very, very incomparable systems in place. And I'm talking about pan-European, easy to understand, cheap, simple, and so on. Well, you don't have basics in place, right? It's not necessarily going to attract interest from many people. I'm sitting on, the liquidity reserves that are obviously historical. 35% of the entire site money from retail is in my bank, right? And I'm trying to stimulate administration to really, accelerate the needed pension reform, because in the best years, 19, now we are in full employment period again, right? And the cashier, the pension cashier is missing 1.5 billion a year, right? Which is, 15% of the state budget, or around 12% of the state budget. So in good years, we're missing this money. You know, we have basics pillar only, more or less, and we are not able to stimulate people to think of alternatives. I mean, we've been running actually the asset management business in the country with 37% market share, and we have been able to sell mutual funds to 9% of our client base in 18 years. Only 9%, right? So imagine the growth potential on one side on my fee generation, but on the other side, really the real issue of the society, because of course people are keeping money in cash. And cash these days is not only being burned by the inflation, it's also being burned by, to me, completely incomprehensible monetary policy, which I don't call a policy anymore, which I call a liquidity trap and illusion and whatever you want, because there is no transmission of this money into constructive, productive investment. They're simply not happening. Banks are sitting on money, looking, every day in and out, what we can fund, what we can finance, and we have limited opportunities to finance, and then you drop more money into the system. Why the hell for, right? You're just pressing additional, putting additional pressure on returns, obviously. Then, of course, yes, the equities go up, but when it comes to fixed income, I mean, I don't want to be an asset manager of a pension fund today. How can I make a real return? If then I'm stuck into the regulatory framework, which is in Slovenia extremely rigid, so practically no equities. So what do? Should I buy Kenyan or Egyptian bonds, or should I rather stick to Central Europe, which is all negative, by the way, right? Slovenia, 10 years, negative. Slovenian risk, not French or German. Slovenian risk, 10 years negative return, right? How do you keep the real value of money? On the other hand, of course, as long as you are sitting on cash, that is also costing money, but cash is a better alternative. Now, after we have introduced high balance fees, maybe even physical cash is a better alternative, as long as it doesn't get burned or flooded or whatever, or robbed, right? And this is the real dilemma, real life dilemma. I'm talking as a practitioner here now. I see people, asking for vaults, moving money from the deposit accounts to cash, physical cash. Right? They don't even think of pension fund terms, quoting them 2%, whatever, management fees of 4% unit. Good luck to Belgium, right? I mean, we had partnership with KBC, so I learned their life insurance business as well, right? We just sold this business last year. It was really very difficult to guarantee returns, right? But on the other hand, people are extremely conservative on their own, especially in the system like ours. We have not yet introduced basics, and then talking about pan-European platforms, I mean, good luck to all of us. I would first like to really understand when will Frankfurt come to senses, and we will really understand the most burning challenge of the existing monetary policy, and this is the real value of savings. Forget everything else. We are losing money every day like hell, and we are losing money like private individuals. This is our savings money, this is our pensions money, right? And the rest, really very, very difficult development stages of various markets within European Union. Very, very difficult.
Oh, thank you. That was pretty inspiring. Okay, so if I may ask our another guest, Bojan Ivant, who is the head of analytics, Slovenian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and at the same time chief economics at the analytics CCIS. Okay. Basically, you represent lots of employers. Am I right? Okay. So, if me as an employee and I reside here in Slovenia, has no interest in building my own pension based on real investments, well, there has to be something smarter than I am, maybe my employer, who's basically thinking also for my own good. So, do you see any movements among your members, like employers, that they want this kind of change and change the pension system and create these pension savings? Or do you have any ideas how it should look like, or what are your thoughts about it?
Okay, that's a great question. So the Chamber of Commerce is also a social partner. So we get together regularly with ministries as well as with public unions. But the thing is, with public unions, they're quite a hard partner. So the thing that would solve your question would be to have a real deal with them. So, for example, when there's a public wage increase, or when there are some collective bargaining increases in several, let's say, industry sectors, there should be like they should have in mind that also the pension, what the companies are paying in should be increased. So the system. Let me state you some numbers, you know, to give you a better perspective on Slovenian pension assets. They're currently at about, I think, 2.4 billion euros, which is a number that means nothing to you. But if I say it's 6 to 7% of GDP, you get the sense. So it's quite a low number. As Mr. Brodnjak told you, it's mostly fixed income because people are reluctant to take risks. So I would say a long-term solution would really be to have a kind of an opt-out scheme where every individual, when he gets a job, he has to have an account at one of the pension companies. He has to pick up one, or if he doesn't pick up, it should be a lottery or something. And then at least a specific minimum proportion of his money, of his own wage, should be put for his pension into, let's say, individual P account. And he should be able to move that money from one asset manager to the other, so to let the market develop. So this would be, let's say, my best scenario. But I would say the problematic thing is that we currently have about 600 Slovenians which are paying into those accounts, but only 5% of them are paying individually. So 95% of them, of the people who are saving for the pensions, these payments are made via their company, via employers. So there are about 10,000 companies which are paying for their employees. Also, for example, our Chamber of Commerce is also paying the money. So we have a system that our employer pays. This is regularly what is usually done, that 2/3 of the amount is paid by the employer and 1/3 by the employee. Yeah? And there's a tax benefit for the company which can they use, you know. So it's quite stimulative for the company to offer this. But the thing is that these are only the best companies, you know, so it's not a mandatory system.
It's capped to only 5.9%.
Yes, and there are also two caps. One cap is 5.8% of your gross wage, which is the maximum amount which has tax advantage sense, and the second cap is 2,500 euros per year, which is also the second cap which offers you a tax advantage. So for example, if you have a higher wage, it's not more stimulative to put more money as 2,500 per year, you know. So these are two limits which of course offer the Ministry of Finance, you know, they know what's their expense because you pay a lower personal income tax if you save less, you know. So for them it's great, but for the society as a whole, you know, it's not stimulative enough. We don't have enough money, and this will definitely put a significant pressure on Pillar 1, because we shouldn't forget one thing. There's currently in consultation, it's a law on long-term care. This will prove quite expensive, because unofficially we have long-term care, but there's not enough money. The standards are half of those as in Western Europe, you know, and to increase those standards for the future politicians, this will mean a lot of money. So it will not be just 1.5 billion of transfer from the general budget to the pension budget each year to finance the current Pillar 1 pensions, but it will mean an additional boost to that amount. So definitely now it's time, of course, to increase, to make changes in legislation to make it mandatory. On the other hand, as Mr. Brodnjak already told you, we have poor returns. Probably the next year, 10-year future returns on almost everything are quite poor, historically speaking. But nevertheless, this is what we have currently. Otherwise, people are stucking money into deposits or real estate, especially in their real estate, which they don't see as market value of real estate, but they reside usually there. And then in the end of the day, it's usually an average Slovenian. Then when he gets elderly, he lives in his, let's say, big house, because in Slovenia, 50% of population resides in houses, 50% in apartments. And this is almost everything is private, you know. We don't have such a developed market where you can rent your houses or apartments, you know. So it's a very interesting thing, because You have elderly people, for example, in some cases, which have quite low Pillar 1 pensions, but they reside in big houses, you know, and they don't have any stimulus to sell those assets because, for example, also if we take account of the taxes on real estate are still quite low in Slovenia. So they don't have the incentive, you know, to sell this asset and put it into another place, you know. So we're kind of, let's say, in a vicious circle where, for example, my parents saved in deposits and real estate, and probably I'll be doing the same if, of course, nothing happens. We have to make changes in educational system. Let's say when you're in the 8th or 9th grade in grammar school, you have to be mandatory educated that you have to take care for a pension. You know, this is what should be done. It should be mandatory for everyone, and this is how you teach the future generations. You know, and this is what I would expect from the government. You know.
Thank you. But okay, so if we can continue, the SACE theory says that every supply finds demand. So in this case, we know that the PEP product will find its demand somewhere, hopefully also here in Slovakia. However, Fausto, you have that information that you already know what I'm going to ask. You have that information that there are some big players, you know, planning to enter the European market and providing really low cost, maybe passively managed PEPs. And I know that your preliminary results suggest that there will be like 13 players, you know, coming into the market at the very early stages. Could you tell us about these kind of companies? What can we expect? And maybe also people in Slovenia, big players are coming in?
Oh, thanks. First of all, let me say that we have been working quite a lot on the PEP. It's already a number of years, because when I joined EIOPA 5 years ago, we were already working somehow on this product. And then the regulation, and then the advice. Now everything is ready for the real offer to come on the market, available to our citizens. Because we invested a lot of time, of course, I take care that this product will be a success. So I do hope that this great demand that triggered all the PEP regulation will be matched by some supply, some offer. Honestly, at the moment, the number you quoted is actually the real number is 30. We, from our, let's say, intelligence, we asked some possible providers. We understood that around 30, so 30 providers are thinking to launch the product, a PEP, immediately at the day of, let's say, the implementation of the rules, so 22nd of March 2022. Why we know this number? Because we wanted to arrange properly, you know, all the supervisory authorities need to arrange some work, the registration, the authorization. So we are preparing not only from a policy perspective, all the rule in place, but also from a practical perspective, how we supervisors in Europe can cope with this new product and the challenge behind it. So in order to better coordinate our effort, we launched this survey, and we got 170 responses from 19 countries. 1/3 of the respondents were asset manager, another third were insurance companies. But by and large, for, let's say, for our use, it was interesting that out of this 170, by the 18% of them, so around 30, were had decided to launch the PEP immediately after the implementation date. And the others were considering to offer a PEP in the following months or within a couple of years after the 2022 implementation date. So we are preparing ourselves for this, but let me say that I personally believe that, and we will make another survey close to the end of the year to better prepare, to better check if the appetite of the possible providers is increasing or is changing. Again, to be prepared for the registration and authorization phases. But let me say that I do believe that this can be a game changer, the introduction of PEP, because the competition will start. And when the first player will launch it, then the others will look at it, and I'm quite sure that sooner or later we will end up in having this as a benchmark for also the other kind of product in the third pillar. Of course, an important role as the tax treatment, and still is not fully clear in a number of member states, and this was one of the reasons why some of the respondents said we want to look and see before preparing the launch for the product. But I do believe that those problems will be solved, and I think that this will be the future, because the demand for having an easy, transparent, cost-effective product is there and will continue to be there, and I'm quite sure that the supply will come, the provider will come.
Thank you, Carly, for the answer. May I now have another question to you, and maybe to you all? If you would be able to design the best pension product for you, for yourself, how it would look like? Because now we are trying to spur, you know, some supply. Yeah, so please.
Well, in my case, I've probably already got it, because in the UK it's possible to get arrangements where you pay a fixed amount each year and avoid annual percentage charges altogether. But I'm happy to select shares. But even if I wasn't happy to select shares, I'd buy it all in the Vanguard ETF. And that would be that. As far as I'm concerned, it's quite simple. But if you haven't got that option, I mean, the key critical thing is, can you avoid significant annual percentage charges? If I was living in Europe, I would say I would be there praying that Vanguard came in. Most important thing.
Guillaume, your product?
Let me say the last word of Martin. For full disclosure, I was the managing director of Vanguard Europe for 6 years, 15 years ago. So, yeah, they're in Europe, but they are not, unfortunately, they are not yet on the retail market. Well, I have it as well. It's a bit complicated for me because I have the international career in France, Belgium, and in the US. And in the US, I have still an individual retirement account. Individual retirement account, an IRA, there are mostly no fees from the wrapper. And inside, you can indeed choose your investments, but providers like the one you quoted, which I will not name again, we are not here to make advertisements. There are many others, and in Europe there are very good asset managers as well. Yep, you can put, for example, low-cost index funds there. If you are more financially literate, you can indeed also directly put shares and bonds. The PEP is close to that. Fausto Parente will remember that we made a series of proposals. I think the fee cap on the basic option is very interesting. However, we cannot invest directly, at least so far, as we had asked for that, but we did not get this direct investment possibility for the, I would say, the financially literate people directly in stocks and bonds, which is a pity. And also, we did not only we didn't get what the Greeks are going to get, this real zero return guarantee, but we asked at least that if it's a nominal guarantee, there is a clear warning saying, look, this is without inflation, and inflation can eat up a lot in this so-called guarantee. But as Fausto knows as well, this product can be further improved in the future based on the first experience. Thank you.
Thank you. Blaž, your idea about the best product you would buy for your pension?
I'm investing in my family firm, the family farm actually, in my vineyard. But you know, they say you never make money with wine unless you put more money in. So it's not a very viable business necessarily. I mean, I just concur to what was said. I mean, if you are halfway literate, I mean, there are very cheap ways already existing, frankly, right? If you are not, then of course you have to trust someone. And then the whole, package needs to come in place. You trust limited number of people, but then the administration should work to establish this trust, right? And then, of course, provide fair terms to people, for this trust, when they pay for this trust. And I don't think that in countries like ours it will be possible without certain tax incentives that are going to be more stimulating, frankly, at least mid to even long term, because we have real reluctance. So people are in cash and real estate. Really, they are. 90+% of Slovenes are in cash and real estate. They don't think of anything else at all, right? So it's really educational effort, and it starts in elementary schools. It's a movement that needs to be there for 20 years, that you really transform the system meaningfully enough.
I just have to add one thing. For example, when I was young in the grammar school, I think it was first or second grade, there was the times when, for example, very important were the habits to teach people how to save. So we have, let's say, kind of a small savings, like, how do you say, hranilnik?
Saving, yeah, piggy bank, yeah.
Piggy banks? We had piggy banks in schools. We had piggy banks in schools. We got them in schools. Then we got them. Then you saved the money, and then you went to the bank, and the bank opened it, and put it on your account. But it was great, And the same thing should be done, also in terms of the pensions. But the thing is, of course, with the pensions, you decide on this usually when you get your first job, because this is when you get the amount to save. But just from my side, what would be the best product? Probably I would go for an equity-driven product with, let's say, quite low cost, but of course equity, of course, its life cycle, it's costlier than guaranteed, like fixed income. I'm totally aware of that. But I would go for a manager who would, let's say, if he would be performing below the benchmark, that he would give me half of the management fees annually back to my account. So this is my best idea.
Good luck at that.
But Martin wants to respond to that, but still, we have one person who basically can make it happen. So Fausto, if you would have the power, I'm sorry, you have that power, but if you would have that power to create a product that would be the best of the best, how it would look like?
No, I don't know. I think a lot also is related to the personal preferences. But the PEP, I think, is quite close to my ideal product because in the end, you may choose between a guaranteed product and the non-guaranteed. Let me use this word just for simplicity. I remember when I was really young, I went for a guaranteed product, very long, 30 years old, that unfortunately is coming to now to the maturity. But I had no clue of the cost of that product. 30, not 30, because it's less than 20 something years ago. It was much less transparent, the offer on the market. So we already have made a lot of improvement. And because of my personal risk-adverse approach, I went for a guaranteed one, but I can easily understand that others may have other approaches. Important is to give the information, and important is that people, like in my case, I did it, invest for the long term, because this is the key problem. Someone mentioned that the deposit. Deposit is not for long term. It's not an investment for retirement. Deposit should work for something that you need from one day to another. I don't want to now appear too wise. It was my father pushing me to invest for 30 years product. So there is an element of financial literacy that comes here. And I think it's important that we do all the effort, the financial education, preferences, transparency on the cost, and people need to think really long term. That's the only way. But close to PEP, my preferred option would be.
Thank you kindly. Martin wants to say something to another colleague.
Yes. If you look on the Slovenia page that we put on the AXA website, you'll see I've reproduced an article I wrote some years ago about an arrangement which is meant to be a partnership between a customer and a fund manager, which are called the active management partnership. If the fund manager is confident he's going to outperform, he'd go for it. If he's not, he'd say no thank you. Have a look.
Well, thank you kindly, gentlemen. I think, well, this debate can go for a long time. Unfortunately, we run out of time. And I have to thank to all of you and also to our participants.
There are maybe some questions from
But yeah, I have to look at this lady because she's sending me signs. Okay, one more question. Thank you. So we still have one more question.
So I'm feeling really lucky now. So my name is vŽIVO.si. I work in a pension fund in Slovenia. I hate to be a pessimist for the end. Regarding the PEP, I know a lot of people will be really disappointed about the uptake. As Mr. Blaž said, we're not even about the basics. And we were talking about the product. It's not about the product, because pension saving is not about fees, it's not about yields, it's about people, because PEP will be an individual retirement product, voluntary one. And as we also heard today in Slovenia, let's say, and in other countries in the world, less than 4% or 5% of people save on their own for retirement. This is because of various behavioral biases that are deeply enrooted in us. And we all rather spend our paycheck on a new car, a new pair of shoes, than to put it up for 30, 40 years to somebody to get it back. You have to be absolutely mental to save for retirement on your own. And some of us are and work in this industry and love it. But I'm afraid it's not about the ideal project and a product, and you need to have some form of coercion to get people to save for retirement. And in my opinion, automatic enrollment, as was done in the UK, is a fantastic example of this, and it's now going strong for 9 years and raised enrollment rates up to 90%. And I think without some form of coercion, it's no way, with the best product, with the best education, we will never save on our own for retirement. And maybe opinion of some of the panelist members. Thanks.
I think auto-enrollment is great. It was also mentioned by you. It exists in the UK. It exists, and it is starting to be developed. It's behavioral finance, actually. But coercion is the stick. You need also a carrot, which is tax incentives, because when you are, asked to privilege the long-term future versus your present needs, I don't know of a successful pension product that is not tax incentivized in a way or another. And again, it's not. I think it is legitimate to have that. Thank you.
So I received.
May I just quickly say that I share what Guillaume said. I can subscribe what Guillaume said.
Please do.
For giving my answer.
Please do. The floor is yours.
No, I just wanted to say that I share what Guillaume just said.
I'm sorry, Mr.
So,
but I know that
I can be brief, let's say.
Exactly. Well, I know that we have several specialists. We have several specialists. We have a marketing specialists. They know how to sell this kind of product. We have a government. They know how to support it, or negatively how to tax you if you don't do it. And still we have these behavioral economists. Greed and fear works. I can play with your fears. You will end up with nothing, with no state pension. You start saving. Or you can try a Czech way. Okay, I subsidize you so much that 85% of people participate. Okay. That's how you play the game.
And sorry, guys. Yeah, maybe the last sentence, but then we are really running out of time.
So no? Fausto, no additional comments? Okay, so gentlemen, I have to thank you and thank you all. Unfortunately, we ran out of time, but I hope the debate will continue. So thank you kindly.
Thanks again to everybody who participated at this last panel. Dr. Jan Šebo and Mr. Panos Cakloulu, Martin White, Bojan Ivans, Fausto Parente, Blaž Brodnjak, Guillaume Praš and Martin White, as I said. Thank you again. And we're moving to the last stage of more serious part of the conference. Axel Kleinlein, president of Better Finance, which represents all other users of financial services across the European Union, will say some closing remarks about today's very rich conference. The stage and the word is yours.
Yes, thank you. I would have lots of remarks after for that last panel. We should have had an hour more, because after our PEP conference that we had last year, Better Finance together with BDV, and that had quite some flash that we could have discussed here too, but I think we will have other opportunities for that. So thank you, Valentina. Thank Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues and friends. Good afternoon, and I'm very honored and delighted to deliver the concluding remarks following such an insightful and important International Investors Conference. First of all, I'd like to thank the team of vZMD and especially Christian, the Pan-Slovenian Shareholder Association, for their hospitality and the great organization of a really impressive event. And here in Bled, and within close cooperation with a team of Better Finance, thanks go to them too, the European Federation of Investors and Financial Services Users. I think this is worth an applause. The last year and a half have been a very trying time for everyone, and no less for individual investors across Europe. In normal times, we like to meet up regularly to exchange views and ideas, but as you well know, this has been difficult lately. This is why I'm particularly pleased that so many of you made it here to Bled, and this conference was attended by so many stakeholders, ranging from government, officials, and policymakers to industry practitioners and experts. We also had the honor of being joined here in Bled by Mr. Peter Gershak, the State Secretary from the Minister for Digital Transformation of the Republic of Slovenia, by Ms. Isabel Benjumea, Member of the European Parliament and Member of the Committee of Economic and Monetary Affairs, and Jean-Paul Servet, Chairman of the Belgian Financial Services and Markets Authority. We were also honored that Mr. Panos Tsakloglu, Minister of Labour and Social Affairs in charge of social insurance of the Hellenic Republic, was able to join us online from Athens and gave us such an impressive insight of what is going on in Greece. Today we covered a wide range of topics and issues that are of great importance to the future of European individual investors. We took a closer look at European capital markets and how they could and should be better adapted to the needs of individual investors and small and medium enterprises. Participants discussed the difficulties faced by the European individual investors when investing across border in Europe and how to ensure they can exercise their shareholder rights, engage with the companies they are invested in, and promote better and more sustainable long-term corporate governance. We discussed how sustainability should get more in our focus. And that really personally impressed me, as Andy Agantagalo said, quotation, in the face of global warming, also known as irreversible environmental catastrophe, we need to talk about shareholders' responsibility that must come with ownership. That was quite a very impressive discussion, and someone also said that, I took that also very serious. Disclosure is not costs, it's an investment. And I think these are things that we should keep in mind if we leave and go back to our normal work. But I don't want to miss some words about the last panel. We also took a look at the state of pensions in Europe and Slovenia. And we discussed the ways to help EU citizens achieve pension adequacy. And we had an insightful look at the situation of PEP and how PEP could, perhaps, or probably help European citizens to achieve a good pension. Last but not least, we had the opportunity to hear more about some interesting and very different investment opportunities in Slovenia and wider Europe. And referring to investment in Slovenia, after that wonderful wine tasting yesterday, I decided to invest a little bit in Slovenian wine this evening. So, in the end, I thank you all for your participation and hope you all enjoyed the conference as much as I did. And hopefully the situation will stay stable and it will be still possible that we meet face to face and we'll have such wonderful discussions as we had today. Thank you. By behalf of the World Federation of Investors, I want to invite you to the meeting tomorrow, and Mark can definitely give you a good further information about that.
Thank you, Axel. Just to clarify that the 10 o'clock meeting of the WFI is not limited to WFI, so if anybody would like to join, they are more than welcome. The new savers from Italy will be making a presentation about a new educational initiative that they're undertaking, so we hope that if you are... And we will be paying respect to Roger Ganza and to Willy Raziger, so any of you who can make it are most welcome in the... I forget which room it is, the big room above the breakfast room. Thank you. And it is, I think you want to make some words again?
So this is not in the program, but still, it's always a pleasure to be on the stage with Axel. He's a great performer, maybe even better than I am, but whatever you say. So now we're supposed to have, I believe, the anthem of small shareholder.
Ah, good.
Pero, where are you? Oh, you're there. So please, would you be so kind to start the video and he comes up to the stage? And afterwards we are having...
Tako kot o petkih kolesar, bori se vsak dan mali delničar za pravico, za lastnino, zase in za domovino. Bori se z banko in sodnijo, da ustavi ukradeno gostijo. Bori se sam in ko se združi, da cilju skupnem lažje služi. Bori se kot kmet in kot vladar, ne da se mali delničar, ne preda se kar tako. Ne bo šlo tako gladko, ja taka je ta stvar, mali delničar gre po svoj denar, ja taka je ta stvar. Takoj ko napade janičar, vrne žogo mali delničar. In čeprav država ne pomaga, pride dan, ko gladko zmaga. Ko zlorablja se ustava, uporabi vladavino prava. Ne zlomijo ga udarci nizki, ne kloni pred pritiski. Bori se kot kmet in kot vladar, ne da se mali delničar, ne preda se kar tako, ne bo šlo tako gladko. Ja, taka je ta stvar, mali delničar gre po svoj denar. Ja, taka je ta stvar. Bori se kot kmet in kot vladar, ne da se mali delničar, ne preda se kar tako, ne bo šlo tako gladko. Ja, taka je ta stvar, mali delničar gre po svoj denar. Ja, taka je ta stvar.
Pero, a še lahko, Pero, še lahko malo na odru ostaneš. Evo, vse se mi je zdelo, da se ne boš branil. Eno vprašanje imam zate, ne.
One question for you, the majority of your songs. What makes you so angry that you wrote that you wrote about this enfant terrible of economy, the minority shareholder. I think that the minority shareholder is a symbol of what can be positive on our path to capitalism. What we have now is not capitalism yet, in my opinion, and all that is bad. Because the way I see it, because I was a minority shareholder, I was fooled, things were not clear and clean, so that the minority shareholder is actually a symbol of what we need to fight for. This is how I saw this, because we're personal friends, Christian and me. I personally learned about the finances, which we think that they are only the issue of big systems. The finances, namely, can be very revolutionary, personal issue. Thank you very much. This is the legend of the Slovene rock. Thank you.
And thanks again to everybody who made today's International Investors Conference possible, to you, their visitors, and all the speakers who shared their thoughts about how to invest in the future, which after all seems bright at some point. I invite all the participants and the speakers to a group photo shoot, and of course, everybody who is here, of course, and before the last formal part of our meeting, when it begins, don't forget for a boat trip to Villa Bled, be at the Hotel Pierre at 7 o'clock. Everybody. I wish you all a pleasant evening and thanks again for coming.